Good morning, Shiny ma'am. Shiny ma'am, good
Good
morning.
morning. Good morning, Priyamit. How are you?
I am good, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good. You're in Bangalore, I suppose.
Yes, ma'am. I am in Bangalore.
Yeah.
Today I am participating in your event.
That's great.
From our MBA days, I am your regular
Yeah.
MBA.
Yeah.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning to all the esteemed participants here. We'll be starting shortly. Like we haven't kept any inaugural ceremony, so that we'll be directly starting the session. I think around 64 participants have joined so far. Let us wait for another 2-3 minutes and then we'll be starting. I hope you all are keeping well and utilizing this COVID time for upgrading your skills through online courses.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Like 2-3 instructions which are very important. I would like to share that with you people. Attendance is compulsory. You need to keep your cameras on, and there will be an evaluation test on the last day. Like we have already shared the schedule through the email as well as in the WhatsApp group. So if you people have any doubts or any queries, one number has been shared. That is the operational coordinator's number, Dr. Rucha Lodi. And you can message me on my personal window also. Like we will be capturing your attendance on regular basis. We need to update. We need to upload it in the portal. And from there only you will be getting your participation certificates. So in order to get the participation certificates, 80% attendance is mandatory and 60% passing in evaluation test is also compulsory.
Madam,
Yes.
keeping camera on is little bit difficult because of bandwidth issue and that data issue is also there. So,
okay, sir. Okay, fine.
So we cannot keep the camera on for 4 hours because in 1 hour our data will be
okay,
gone.
not an issue, sir. Not an issue. At least you can keep the cameras on for 5 minutes starting
Yes.
of the session.
Yes,
And then you can put off your camera. That is okay with you, sir?
That can be done, ma'am. That can be done. That will be absolutely fine. So initial 5-10 minutes we can keep our camera on, but rest of the time it is very difficult because many of the time rain comes, right? So
yeah, I totally understand. So today we are having 2 speakers. So what we can do is, like, you can keep the cameras on for at least 2 to 3 minutes. And once
yes.
the resource person is starting the session, then you can keep the cameras off.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
And one more thing, what we are doing is, in order to capture the attendance, we'll be circulating some Google forms. So through the Google form only, we will be capturing the attendance. So that is not an issue.
One more point, madam.
Like it is little bit.
1, 2, 3.
Yes, sir.
Speakers' names are not there. Expert persons' names are missing in the schedule. So if
no, I have sent. No, I have right now. I have mailed it on the email. So under that, it is already mentioned.
Okay, no problem.
It's already there, sir. Like you people have been allotted some codes. and you will be getting the instructions from time to time with respect to the attendance, exams, and everything. So whatever query, if you are having any query, if you are having any doubts, you can contact us anytime.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning, sir. So we are going to start in a
I'm-
while.
Yes, yes, yes.
Rucha, I'm ready whenever you are. Okay.
Okay, Medha.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Hi, Shiny ma'am. How are you?
Hi. I'm good, Medha. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll be starting within 5 minutes.
No problem.
Still people are joining.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
E-commerce. Which company?
From
Is it a company? Tell me about this started bank. When it was started?
So it was started in 1800s, mid 1800s, and it was the initial bank of the JP Morgan and Chase. This was the only two banks that was initially established for the banking sector. And that has been a very dramatic change from started from starting the year now, because they have moved to the size where no bank has ever used to be. They have 3 days.
What do you mean by e-banking?
So it's an electronic banking where we does not need any paper
I request all of you to please keep your mics on mute mode.
required.
Like we are waiting for another 75 people to join. I think all are struggling a lot to have a balance between their regular classes and this type of faculty development programs. I hope, isn't it? That is why they are getting late, I suppose.
Yes, ma'am, very true.
Yes, ma'am.
Anna?
Just now I completed a class and logged in.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, very true you say. that we are really struggling for this workshop and classes.
But it shows the passion which you have to learn new things. I should congratulate you all for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's a real example of work-life balance,
Yes, ma'am.
struggling hard with professional and professional life. Not the personal and professional, but it is professional and professional life.
Yes, ma'am. Very
And
true.
keeping a passion, and at the same time, keeping a passion for learning new things, isn't it?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We are in
Yeah.
profession, so it has to be there.
Yeah, we are, we can say, a continuous mode of student always.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. That we are in learning mode always, and we should be actually.
Yeah, and we should be. And we
Yeah.
should be. That is the outcome of this particular module, like HR analytics.
Yes.
The
ma'am.
journey started from scientific management to personal management,
Exactly.
to human resource management, to human capital management. Now everything quantified, which is HR analytics.
Yes.
And ma'am, this this COVID has made us learn new things and be ready for the future, because the students also would be
Yes.
expecting these things. So we should be future ready first.
Yes. Yes, no doubt, like COVID is a big villain, but at the same time, it has given lots of opportunity to learn new things.
Exactly, yes. And making us more proactive rather than wait for things to happen and then react to it.
Ma'am, can we start?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, a very good morning, everyone. I, Dr. Rucha Lohi, welcome you all on behalf of Datta Meghe Institute of Management Studies to this faculty development program on quantification of human resource with HR analytics. Before we start with the session, I request Dr. Shiny Chip, Director, Datta Meghe Institute of Management Studies, to present a welcome address.
Thank you, Rucha. A very good morning to all the esteemed participants present over here. Warm welcome from Datta Meghe Institute of Management Studies. So before this inaugural, we can say the welcome address, we already had some chit chat with you people. So at this moment, a warm welcome to you all, and I'm not taking much of the time. So let's have this philosophy before starting the session. Let's learn to unlearn and unlearn to relearn. So let us try to have a very interactive session, and wish you all a power-packed learning session of 5 days, starting from today till Friday. And there is a request from my side. Take the sessions very, very seriously, participate thoroughly. I know we all are struggling hard to have work-life balance between the professional and professional session. Then all wish you all a very good and productive learning. That's all from my side. Welcome once again. So over to Rucha. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving on to start with our program, our first expert speaker is Dr. Medha Dikshit. Ma'am is currently employed with National Cancer Institute, Nagpur as DGM HR and Training. With a PhD in HR and experience in education, training, and skill development, she has her role cut out for planning, organizing, facilitating, and executing various training programs, staff analysis, and employee engagement initiative. Ma'am has initiated projects like FLIP, a certification program for improving employability skills for undergraduates and graduates. She still creates, develops, delivers training content for various programs for vocational and life development skills. She also freelances as soft skills, English language, and organizational skills trainer. HR consultant, and counselor. Ma'am has written numerous papers and cases on HR, teaching strategies, family managed business counseling. She has also published these papers in national and international journals. She has authored 2 books on HR and business ethics. Medha ma'am, we are privileged to have you as an expert speaker on this program. I request you to take over the session.
Thank you so much for a kind and for my introduction. That was so kind of you, Rucha. Shiny ma'am, I'd like to start by thanking you for considering me, good enough to come here and I won't say lecture, but facilitate this session. And
Medha, it's my pleasure always.
So just a little secret that I would like the audience to know, Shiny ma'am and I were, when I was starting out, Shiny ma'am was my senior by about 2 or 3 years in this teaching line. And there is so much that I have learned from her over these, I think 15 to 20 years now. So it's been great and we're still in touch and we're still great friends. So it's worth the while. And this is a very important HR lesson, that is networking and building bridges as we go along. All right, so the thing that I'm supposed to address today is basically this connection between business analytics and HR. Everything. I mean, we have to now understand the importance of analytics that has somehow invaded our lives. Our lives are not as simple as they used to be. We need decisions. We need informed decisions. We need enriched decisions. And we need a lot of data to take these decisions. So, Rucha, can I start my screen share? Rucha? Hello, Rucha? Yeah, can I start my screen share? Hello?
Yeah, let me check.
Yeah, I'd like to start my screen share, please. So we were talking about business analytics and HR till this technical snag is removed. Most of what I'm going to talk in the next 1 hour is going to be based on my current experiences. And like Rucha mentioned, I'm right now working with a hospital, so which means I'm working in the healthcare industry. I am, well, it's just a title, but it's the DGM, that is Deputy General Manager of HR and Training at National Cancer Institute in Jamta, that is in Nagpur. Now, most of my examples are going to be from this particular place because I think that's the most current work profile that I have, and I can see how it is evolving. I can see how this culture of including or integrating new methodologies in day-to-day business is just seeping in. So for me, it's not just a bird's eye view, it is a very ringside view. I'm right there, I'm in the middle of the action, and I'm just seeing all these changes happen all around me. And now I would like to share how these changes are coming about. And I would also like to share on how business analytics has really helped us with so many things. Okay, so yeah. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay. How about this?
Yeah, it's just started. We're
Right.
about to see it.
Thank God.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. All right. So now when we talk about business analytics, and when I was trying to look up a nice background, thank God for Microsoft PowerPoint, I got this very nice floral connected background. And this is precisely what I'm going to underline, where we're going to talk about connections, and we're going to talk about how these connections help us to make a pattern. Going ahead, we just look at a simple, now since all of you, I was just going through the list of participants, and I realized that all of you, most of you are PhDs, Most of you are people who are well accomplished in statistics, which means that most of you know the wherewithal of analytics. And we start with analytics and we will end with HR. So what is going to happen is I have not made two parts or other. I'm sorry, can somebody please turn off their yeah, thank you. No. Hello. Yeah. So most of you are PhDs, most of you are masters of data collection and analysis. And for us who are professionally working in scenarios, the collection and the analysis becomes a very point-to-point measure. It also becomes a very live measure that we have to take most of the times. So to start with, I'd like to start with the wherewithal of analytics. Now, analytics, how does it come about? There are certain instances that happen in an organization, or there are certain little instances which give rise to events. These events are reported either in a written manner or verbally, or maybe as WhatsApp messages, or maybe as emails, or maybe as chatbots. But there are instances which culminate into events, which are then reported. These events are then reported. When it is reported, that data we generally consider as raw data. Now, this reporting can be a survey. This reporting can be a message. This reporting can be an email. But this all culminates into some kind of raw data. This raw data needs to be cleaned a little bit so that it can become information. It has to be cleaned. It has to be put into the proper context so that it becomes information. Now comes the use of this information. And when we start using this information, we start applying the conclusions, or we start applying whatever has happened and how we can use this information as an application to make our work or our maybe our workplace, our work, our relations, and in effect our business better. And then this whole cycle continues. As this continues, we have repetitive instances which then form a pattern like this little background. So when we have this pattern, we have decisions that are better enriched. We have decisions that are probably taken with a little more thought or a little more broader thinking as we put across. Now, when we look at what analytics are, we will always understand, or we will always use analytics as an amalgamation of the past, present, and the future. And I think not just analytics, we have to use everything that we do in life on these bases. Sylvie, is there anything you'd like to say? So you have the past, the present, and the future. Now, when we are again looking at analytics, we have to understand the core business along with the developing technologies. So when we are looking at the past, we have to understand what is it that my organization was doing, what is the core business of my organization, how is it evolving, what are the external influences that I am absorbing, that I am adopting to, what are the external influences that my staff is adopting to, are there any technologies that I'm missing out on or that I can use, or did I miss out on those, and how did I start using technology? After that, when we are trying to understand what a business is, when we're trying to analyze how it gets across or how the business matures, how it goes from point A to point B. So we rather analyze the past performance of a business, the success, the failure of the business. We try and see what were the factors that amounted to or accounted towards the success of a business. We try and see why did a particular product fail. We try and see how it could have been made better. Now, there are so many business tools that are available for these. When we talk about marketing, when we talk about products, when we talk about strategies, business strategies, there are so many ways, there are so many tools that are useful here. But when we talk about HR and when we talk about analytics for HR in business, these tools are a little less and they're evolving. 2017, 2016, 2017 was the time where HR analytics started really evolving. And that too, it started evolving because data was becoming the new gold. Data was becoming the new oil. So everything was data. Facebook and Google had already realized this thing, and they realized how data can be so important for any business. But now when we look at it from a very Indian context, we have to understand various businesses, we have to understand the context of using analytics, and we have to understand where analytics can be used, be it HR, be it business process, be it marketing, be it sales, anywhere. We have to understand how analytics can be used. So coming back, we are saying that the past, where we analyze the past of a business, the past performance of a business, and how and why was the business performance that is in question, how was it achieved? So that is the past. Now, that is the data that we have, that is the historical data that we have, and we come to the present. In the present, we start thinking of using the latest technologies and methods. We start about thinking of investigative examination. We start thinking on how we can understand these how we can use these technologies, how we can use these methods, and how we can understand any kind of or how we can examine investigatively on what is right now going on. Why are we doing all this? So that these same technologies, these same methods can be used repetitively for future decision making. A pattern can be observed and we can decide on how to go ahead with our work and business. And then we come to this importance of business analytics. Now, BA, I will be using these two words, BA and HA. BA will always stand for business analytics and HA for HR analytics. So when we're looking at BA, there was this time, I think during 2010 to 2015, there were these words where we had strategy. Strategy became such a keyword everywhere. Then there was this word called BI, that was business intelligence. So everything was about BI and everything was about data and analysis and understanding aage kya kar sakte, what is the next step, what does the consumer want. So every time we used analytics, every time we used such answers, it was only to understand what the consumer wants. It was never to probably use for yourself. All those companies who used BA for themselves, for HA, for HR analytics, today have grown humongously. So if you look at companies like Google, Walmart, Flipkart, Zomato, all of Swiggy, all of them are surviving on BA. AWS, that is Amazon Web Services, this company has made the most of it. In fact, it has become the biggest or the most successful company on this earth, all thanks to BA, all thanks to analytics, all thanks to data analysis. There are numerous companies who are right now into data. They're using big data, they're using niche data, they're using MicroStrategy, they're using so many suites, the R suite, the Tableau, to understand data and to use it to derive optimum solutions for future planning and also for taking an insight into current effective decision making. So, okay, this is all about business, but let's come back to the core that we are thinking about right now and the core that we are talking about. So data, when we think of data, when we talk about data, we generally, what do you think is, what comes to your mind when you're talking about data? If anybody wants to answer, you can just put on your mic for 10 seconds and tell me. What is the visual picture of data? Numbers. Numbers, wonderful. Graphs, those bar graphs, those line graphs, right? And then us human resource people are accused of being very dry if we use only data and if we use only numbers. When we start talking about numbers, people say that you are missing the warmth of relations. You are missing the HR perspective, right? So every time, I'm sorry, somebody's put on their mic again.
गाल कितीला हॅलो थंडी लागली लेकरात आणखीन वाढायची ताप खाली किती
कोणीतरी माइक ऑन केलाय प्लीज बंद करा प्लीज म्यूट करा थँक यू so again as we were saying if we just put HR into boxes if we just put them into compartments if we put these people into compartments we will be accused and we are accused of being very very dry and very very statistics oriented. We can never forget that HR is a people oriented function. It is basically for people that the HR function has evolved. And well, there are so many of us or so many people in the C-suite. Now, I will be using this word very often, that is the C-suite. C-suite is known as or is just another word for the CEO suite, where most of the business decisions are made. So people in the C-suite, what do they think? What is HR? All they can think about is offer letter dena hai, नए लोगों को recruit करना है, छोटा मोटा गणपति उत्सव कर देना है रंगोली कंपटीशन करना है पीएफ टाइम पे जा रहा है या नहीं देखना है टाइम पे आदमी आ रहा है या नहीं देखना है उसके बाद ईएसआई जा रहा है नहीं ग्रेट्युटी का पेमेंट हुआ कि नहीं टाइम पे आदमी नहीं आया तो उसका पैसा कटा कि नहीं दिस इज ऑल दैट पीपल थिंक अबाउट एचआर स्टार्टिंग में शाइनी मैम वेरी क्लियरली सेड दैट हाउ वी हैव इवॉल्व्ड बट दैट एवोल्यूशन रियली हैज नॉट हिट एवरीवन. Especially the CEOs who make the decisions about people still think that HR is nothing but these dry things. Quite a few times we forget that since HR is a people-oriented function, the warmth of relations has to be there. Now comes the balance between BA and HA, where the dry BA has to now be made into a very nice, holistic, all well-rounded HR analytics function. So from a very, very data information-based decision, let's try and see how a people-oriented decision or how a people-oriented function can evolve. So now let's just look at this. Okay, we're still dry. We're talking about analytics. We're still very, in Marathi, the word is ruksha. We're still thinking of money and investments and capital assets. But yes, we have to understand why we are doing it. So basically, HA or HR analytics is nothing but a methodology. This methodology is to create insights. We will always consider human assets as capital assets, and we will always understand that human assets are the biggest capital assets that any organization, any company can have. Now, we understand that how do they contribute to an organization? Of course, we have human assets. Because of the human assets, that revenue is generated. We can think of so many ways in which human asset or human capital assets are used for the organization. What we have to try and map now with HR analytics is, what we have to try and understand now is, how is revenue generated? How much exactly is it generated? Are we minimizing expenses in processes? Not in human beings, but in processes, in the processes that are applied to the human beings who work in the organization. How can we mitigate risks for the same? How can we execute our strategic plans for the organization? So basically, analytics, business analytics and HR analytics are going to help us. They're going to help the organization by giving it the right insights, by allowing it to actively and meaningfully contribute to the bottom line of the organization. And an organization with a happy bottom line is an organization with happy employees, is an organization with the happy C-suite, and hence the happiness quotient of the organization has gone up. Now let us see how HR analytics as a methodology can help us with this. So now in the next few slides, we will be going through some terms, we will be going through some methodologies, and we will try and get a bird's eye view of what analytics can entail. So let's look at how analytics or how the word is used in HR. There are three ways that these words are used. One is the HR analytics, second is the people analytics, and third is the workforce analytics. So if we talk only about the HR analytics, we say that it covers the metrics of the HR function. So one of the most common HR functions is recruitment. So when we are saying that HR analytics covers the metrics of the HR recruitment function, what we do or what we can calculate is the turnaround time of the time that an employee joins the organization and he becomes productive in the organization. Now, again, like I said, I work with a cancer organization. It's mostly a CSR organization, and we will just understand on how it works with us. So we're now recently going to start a research function in our organization. So there's a lot of scope for cancer research in the world. Marsden or Johns Hopkins, these are the organizations which are spearheading cancer research. Now, if we have to go at par there, we have to start our own research division in our organization. When we are trying to do that, we try and so what happens typically is the head of research in the organization calls up the HR and says that there are certain trials that are coming up, there are certain clinical trials that are coming up. We need people as soon as possible. They give us the recruitment metrics. They tell us that we need 5 employees, we need 5 people. The trials are going to be only for 1 year. So we need 5 people to be employed for 1 year with such and such qualifications. Now it becomes my team's responsibility to start mapping the day we got the requisition, the amount of time we took to look around in the entire ecosystem for employees that will have a good fit, a good organizational and a good profile fit with us. Then we talk about a month-long training for them if they're not experienced. And finally, after 1 month, they come into the actual productive workforce. And I have taken them only for 1 year. So which means I have taken them, or I shall be effectively utilizing their skills, their qualities for 11 months. That is one analytic here. Then we talk about people analytics. People analytics, we are going to understand people analytics. Okay, somebody is walking. And okay, so now we look at the next word, that is people analytics. People analytics are all the people, all the stakeholders of the organization. So we have the customers, we have the employees, we have the shareholders, we have the management, everyone who comes in contact with the organization, that is covered under people analytics. So then we have customer survey and reviews. Then we have, for us, it becomes patient reviews. So now we have to talk about patient reviews on the net, on Google, on personal chat, all these things. As letters, complaints, good reviews, bad reviews. So all these things become part of the people analytics. Now, if a customer says that I could not come and complete my treatment, So there are a lot of, in fact, there are a lot of research. There is a lot of people research that we do in our organization. I'll just use this one example for people analytics. Now, we have a pediatric ward. That means it's a ward for little children, children below the age of 14. And we have a lot of babies coming to us for treatment. Now, a lot of these parents come to us and they say कि हम treatment नहीं complete कर पाएंगे. We will not be able to complete our treatment because हमारे पास नागपुर में रहने को जगह नहीं है. Now, this is a pain point. We realize that most of, and then when we analyze the patient database, we realize that most of our pediatric patient database comes from the surrounding villages and the surrounding districts of Nagpur. And then we realize when they come here, there has to be a place for them to stay so that they are at ease. At least that is taken care of. This is part of people analytics, so that a child can complete his or her treatment because the parents are well stationed here. So we have HR analytics, which will cover the metrics, people analytics, which will cover people of the organization, and then we have the workforce analytics, which will cover each and every employee on the job in this organization. So we will have people who are on site, we will have people who are remote workers, we will have people who are gig workers, we will have people who are freelancers, consultants, all of these. Now we can always look at this from a, like most of you are in the education field. We can use these same words for analyzing the metrics of your organization, for analyzing the people who are in, typically it will be students and it will be teachers, it will be parents of the students that we teach. When we talk about workforce analytics, it will be your guest lecturers, it will be your full-time lecturers, it will be consultants who come and work for you, it could be the freelancers who work for you. So when we understand this, that when we use these words, try and attach these words to your place of work, and it will just make everything easier. Now, when we are talking about analytics and the metrics that we have, these are really essential to us as HR people. These are the measurables and tangibles that we generally use. Now, the first one, the revenue per employee. Oh my God, that is the most debated analytic or the most debated metric that we use. Generally, people in the management are very, very, very bothered about इसका salary कितना है और ये हमको कितना productive है. So revenue per employee. It is always taken as अगर इतना salary है तो इतना उसका revenue आना चाहिए. Sales में it used to be very easy. Generally, it used to be 8x. If X is the salary, 8 is the amount of 8x used to be the revenue that was supposed to be earned by the salesperson. So even in HR, even in recruitment, there used to be such metrics, especially for recruiters. जो लोग mass recruitment करते थे, उन लोगों को तो बहुत ज़्यादा essential हो जाता था कि भाई हमारी salary X है. Okay, somebody's unmuted again. Somebody's unmuted again. Yeah. Hello, can you please yeah. Can you please mute yourself? I think Soma Sekhar, sir. Right, thanks. So now we look at these key metrics that are used for HR analytics: revenue per employee, the offer acceptance rate, matlab how many offers were given and how many people were accepted. हम लोग के लिए तो it starts from आपने ad कहाँ दी, आपने नौकरी से कौन सा resume निकाला, नौकरी का कितना subscription दे रहे हैं, ad कितने पैसे की हुई, कितने रुपए लगे, all that. So it starts with and ad देने के बाद आपने walk in कराया तो walk in में कितने लोग आए और कितने लोगों ने हमारा offer accept किया. So offer acceptance rate, training efficiency, training expenses per employee, turnover rate, involuntary as well as voluntary. How many people are leaving your organization voluntarily? How many people are leaving your organization involuntarily? किनको हम terminate कर रहे हैं, किनको हम legal notice दे रहे हैं, कौन लोग हैं जो पर्सनल प्रॉब्लम की वजह से छोड़ के जा रहे हैं, या ऐसे कौन लोग हैं जो जिनका ज्यादा अच्छा हुआ और या जिनको ज्यादा अच्छा पैकेज मिल रहा है, who are those people who are going for a better package? So a voluntary turnover rate and involuntary turnover rate. Then how much time did we take to hire? Okay, how much time did we take to fill up this particular vacancy? What is the kind of absenteeism that happens in my organization? What is the kind of, how many people are absent on what days? Now, this has a chota sa story, which I'll tell you again. Now, this is a story from when I was working in a college. So I was working in an MBA college, and there is a festival in Nagpur called the Mahalakshmi. It's a very Vidarbha Nagpur based festival that happens in the month of Shravan, and it is the Mahalakshmi festival. Now we realize that Mahalakshmi festival is such a popular festival. Everybody, all the women have to do a lot of work at home. So most of the women would put in their leaves during this festival. And it's a festival of about 2 days. So most of the women would apply for a 2-day leave during this festival. Actually, people realized that that was the time where we did not have a holiday for Mahalakshmi. So people actually realized that since there is so much absenteeism, it makes more sense giving a proper chutti, giving a proper holiday on Mahalakshmi. And that, and I'm talking about 15 to 20 years back, where there was no holiday. But because so many people started putting in their leave applications, it was decided that it is better कि हम लोग छुट्टी दे दें. We ask so that absenteeism is reduced, so that we don't have to depend on people कि वो आएंगे काम होगा, and then we realize कि oh God, आज Mahalakshmi है. So none of the women professors or none of the women staff was going to come there. So this is an analytic that is used. This was some kind of data that was used as information, and one step was taken. A process was established. And then we talk about human capital risk, where we say how many people will be jumping from our organization to another, how many can we retain, which are the ones that we want to retain, which are the ones that we want to let go. So these are certain measurables and tangibles that become so essential to taking good decisions. And these essentials can only be pinpointed, and these essentials can only be looked at through the proper metrics. So when we're looking at the metrics, we just look at what is the kind of data that we will probably need. Now for HR analytics and tools, there are two kinds of data that we will be looking at, or that we will be needing. So one is the external data, whatever happens outside of the ecosystem of the organization, and the other is going to be the internal data. Now, external data, what will we use? We will use historical data of the performance of the organization. We will use how this organization is seen by others. As an employer, इस organization को बाकी के लोग कैसे देख रहे हैं? How well have we performed? I could be one of the best employers of this state, but I could have very bad financials, which means I cannot keep my people happy in terms of the money. And that is what people need. When people join your organization, they're joining you so that they can earn and they can have a good life. If I cannot give them that, then that becomes some kind of a mismatch. So the external data, matlab, how is our organization viewed from outside? Any passive data that is being passed on from employees outside, any messages that are being passed on involuntarily or voluntarily, what is the, if we do a jury window, what is the, how are we looked at? Any specific data of the organization that has gone outside and that is available on common public domains? any particular financial data that we have to worry against or worry about, or maybe be happy about. So this is the external data that we have to look at. Then we look at, or then we try and understand the internal data that is obviously there with all of us as HR people, as HR professionals. This is the data that we control, and this is the data that we can easily monitor. But unfortunately, for certain reasons, this data is just not looked at. This data stems out of our human resource information systems, or the HRIS, and the talent management systems that we have. So what is the data that we're talking about here? We are trying to understand what is the employee tenure, which means what is the average employee age in our organization. So when we try and recruit nurses, I'm just, again, hospital, healthcare, so I'm going to use this particular detail here. So when we try and recruit nurses, when we're recruiting, we generally try and see, or we generally try and tell ourselves that she is going to stay with us for the next 3 years. Let us see how she becomes maximum productive, how she learns efficiently in these 3 years, and how she can become productive for us in these 3 years. So the employee tenure. Now, when we looked at this one particular department, that is nursing, we actually, and this is based on data, we actually realized that most of the nurses leave us beyond 3 years. They don't stay with us for more than 3 years. They either get better prospects, they either get government jobs, they get very high paying jobs, and at least the top 10% moves up. Okay, so the employee tenure. Now, if our employee tenure in terms of nursing rises to about 5 years, we will be the happiest. Okay, now when we see that people are leaving organizations, we generally have exit interviews. Exit interviews become great data points for learning. What is it that we can do to go ahead to make their stay a little better, to make them stay longer with us? Then we talk about employee compensation. Employee compensation, again, a tool where we understand how much are we paying them, how much is our outlay, and how much is the input that we are getting as against revenue. So we can map the outlay against revenue. Then we talk about employee training records. How well have they been trained? Who has trained them? How did she train? How did he train? Who was the most effective? Which kind of training was the most effective, whether on the job or whether off the job? What kind of training tools were used? What kind of training is necessary? So records, performance appraisal. Now performance appraisal data is generally used for compensating people. So what kind of, is the workforce perceived? How much is it that the data is being used? The reporting structures out of which can arise attrition. People would be unhappy with the managers, with the supervisors, and attrition could be high there. The reporting structure of the organizations. And then we talk about the high value or high potential employees. People where you can see the potential, you can see that they're going to go ahead, you can see that they're going to do better. So it becomes essential and imperative for them to stay with the organization. It becomes imperative for me to keep them in, channelize them well. And then we talk about disciplinary action taken against an employee. Now, there is a very interesting story of Netflix here. All of us, since we work in a very traditional, rigid kind of a structure, all of us understand that there are paid holidays and there is a certain amount of paid holiday that we have. So in my case, I get an X amount of casual leave, an X amount of sick leave, and then maybe earned leave for whatever I did last year. What happened with Netflix was one employee suggested that let's not have any vacation days. Okay, remove all vacation days. Let the employees decide when they want to take their vacation. So generally in the States, 25th December to the 1st of January, these are vacation days. So some employees suggested that let people take vacation as and how they deem fit. So this was some kind of a flexibility given to the entire organization. What they observed therein was that people just became happier. They became, since they got that kind of flexibility to do what they wanted, they became happier. They decide, I mean, the fact that they could decide when they can go on leave, they were elated. They performed better. Their work-life balance was better. And in turn, a lot of productivity increase was observed. So we talk about data, but it is all about how we use this data. The process is very simple. Since most of you have done your PhDs, published papers, this mapping is probably the most simple to understand, but the most difficult to review and execute. So we decide on what the organization's business goals are. We identify the metrics. Now, this is very, very crucial. Identifying the correct metrics to be analyzed to achieve those goals. Collect and analyze the relevant data, obtain insights into this data, and communicate how this data impacts the organization. So this process, again, very, very important. Understand what our business goals are. For my organization, it's a healthcare organization. It works on CSR. So our organization's goal basically is to have more and more people, or rather, no, our tagline is freedom from the fear of cancer. So our organization's goal becomes ensuring that people are not afraid of the word cancer, so that people can become or can take holistic treatment in our organization. Then we try and identify the metrics that we'll need to achieve these goals, collect, analyze data, obtain insights, and communicate how this data can be used to further the organization. Now we'll just do one use case here. There are quite a few that we can do, but we'll just do one. Now we think of an employee called Jack. And now we try and understand that this is a good organization. Jack has been working here, and Jack is a good worker. He's got a good career path in our organization. But today he decides, okay, I'm going to put in my papers. I'm giving a 1 month's notice. Although my prospects are high, but I don't want to work here anymore. Now the C-suite, remember I said it is the CEO suite. Okay, so that is the CEO's office. So CEO's office, what does it say? ठीक है यार, even if he goes, दूसरा ले लेंगे. We are paying enough, और दूसरा आ जाएगा. Now, what happens is how we start using our analytics. Now, we as HR people have to give out reasons on attrition and how we have to give out a very, very clear reasoning. कि जो लोग छोड़ के जाते हैं, they're not easily replaceable. Why? Because last time that people quit, out of the 98 people that quit, now this is just an example that I've taken, 26% were top ranked people. The loss in salary for top rankers, it was so much. Vacant sales territories, because we could not put people there on time because the turnaround time was too much, we lost so many customers. Also, turnover loss was so much. When the new hires replaced, it was not too effective and business suffered in such ways. So in effect, had we saved or had we retained a few people, that loss could have been preventable. So many of them went to competitors. Again, that could have been preventable. Total cost of the corporate revenue was so much. Projected turn for the next year could be so much. And the stay interview, if you talk to a person when he's leaving, and if you convince him to stay, that is called as a stay interview. If you can do that, it'll cut your turnover it'll cut costs in half. So when we're looking at business analytics to HR analytics, the BA to HA toolkit, we work around the fact that we work around stuff that is totally fact-based data. We work around the correct statistics, good amount of QA, that is quantitative analysis, understanding business models, and the correct kind of data investigation on the veracity, trying to understand the veracity of this data. These are certain these are certain softwares that people use. So you have the dashboard. In my organization, since we are just starting out on data analysis, we use a dashboard. To make our dashboards, we generally use Excel sheets or we use Tableau. Then we use the R suite as well sometimes. My IT head generally prefers a Python, but he helps me make our dashboards easier to understand. Such use cases that is business analytics and HR analytics, such use cases, when we are saying that they go hand in hand, can be used or can be looked at in recruitment, in retention, in promotion, in performance mapping, in productivity mapping. So when we talk about business analytics and when we talk about data that is there, we generally use it for such things in HR. And again, I'd like to underline the fact again that we've just started using it for measuring performance, understanding who are our top performers, understanding who are our high pots, that is the high potentials, understand who are the low pots, understanding or counseling them for potential advancement, informing promotion and salary decisions, understanding how people react to promotion decisions, understanding attrition, increasing retention, examining employee engagement, measuring development and learning outcomes. Now, these are all things that we generally do every day. But if we start being a little more specific about this, if we stop and understand each of these, if we correlate the right kind of data with these things, there is so much that can happen, and there are so many wonderful outcomes that can happen, not just for the organization but also for the community in general. Now, okay, now I think I'll just finish in about 5 minutes because it's 11:30 already. So now we have about 40% of companies who have automated their HR department. And because of this automation, it is very simple for HR to capture data. But again, like I said in the earlier slide, what data is to be captured and how it has to be used, that is the most relevant and important part. Data that is captured has to be true, it has to be verifiable, and there has to be some kind of truth in that data. अब data कौन सा capture करना है वो भी हम पे है. That is a call that the CEO or that is a call that the data person has to take or the HR head has to take. अब हमारे घर में हमारे organization में कितने लोगों का नाम पूजा है? Is that data that you're going to need? No, no way. We don't want to understand how many pujas are there in my organization. I want to understand how many people are there in a particular age set, how many people are there in a particular salary set, how many performers are there, age set and salary set, who are moving up the ladder. So how do we use these and what are the kind of methodologies to be used? Very simple. Same things that we have done in our research. Whenever we teach, whenever we research a topic, these are the things that we do. And these are the simple things that HR pros should also do. We list down data points. We analyze from where can this data come to us. We verify what kind of data is coming to us. We verify the source of the data. We investigate and verify again, and then we interpret. Further investigation, of course, will reveal that the trends are repetitive. There is going to be risk mitigation for business, right? Why? Because you know that there are repetitive trends. You know that this has happened earlier. ये तो पहले हुआ था. So we can react like this, right? So now these are patterns that we have to observe. These are trends that we have to understand and then take it forward. These are the key data points that are mostly available to HR, and these are available at the quick click of fingers. It's just that it's very confidential. Otherwise, I could have shown this to you on my computer itself. So you have time management patterns, real-time benefits of training and coaching, overtime, payroll leakage, and top reasons for attrition. Specifically, I had mentioned this earlier also, related to specific teams and departments. Way ahead. Do you see this picture, everyone? So this is the same picture, and this is the same slide that we will continue with in the next session that I have 1 hour later. So when we're looking at the way ahead in people analytics, we have to understand how people analytics will now evolve into relational analytics. We will now understand what are the predictive trends that will happen here, what kind of enriched decision making will happen, and how HR will become part of the C-suite and not just a frequent visitor to the C-suite. HR has to now start becoming part of the decision making process. It can become part of the decision making process only and only when its data and its information is right and it is correlated well. So we're going to stop now and we're going to go ahead. You can have your coffees. There is 1 cup for each person here. Okay. And we shall be looking forward to the next session. For the next session, I want you to look at this person. I want you to look at this picture and we will take it from there. As of now, it's 11:35. I'm going to stop now and we're going to meet in another hour. Till then, please enjoy your coffee.
There's one question from my end.
Yes.
Can we use HR analytics for employee voice?
For employee?
Voice.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the word. Employee?
Voice, VOICE.
Oh yeah, you're talking about, so yeah, we're going to use this, I'm sorry, who asked this question?
Upasna this side, ma'am.
All right, Upasna, we are going to use similar, similar examples in the next session where we talk about how HR impacts business. Okay. So employee voice, when we talk about employee voice, there is so much that we can use. We can use complaint boxes, we can use employee engagement, we can use feedback mechanisms. So there is enough that we can do here. Okay. In fact, more than enough. So let's just discuss it in the next session.
Sure, ma'am.
There are more people.
Ma'am, can I ask a question?
Of course, Poonam, go ahead.
Ma'am, actually, as we spoke about HR analytics, workforce analytics, and people analytics, right. I just want to understand that does people analytics, that is talking about the stakeholders' data, as well falls into the HRM purview?
It will have to. It will have to. Again, Poonam, the question that you've asked is very valid for this session as well as the next. So when we are talking about HR and how HR has to become a business partner now, we cannot just be in a silo. We cannot just sit in our ivory tower and say ki itna hona hai. We have to understand how is it happening. So people analytics will be part of our discussion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Megha ma'am, will you be teaching us the HR matrices dashboard also at the end of the session?
I will try because I'll be doing the HR scorecard tomorrow. So in the scorecard, we'll try and make scorecards for ourselves. We'll just try and do it more of a activity-based thing.
Okay.
Yeah, Medha.
Yeah.
These people are having some queries with respect to dashboard, I suppose. Like we are having an exclusive session on dashboard.
Okay.
How to create dashboard with Tableau.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
I wish I can also attend. Can I attend it?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh, that'll be great.
Okay.
That'll be great.
Hello, Thank you, Shiny ma'am. Thank you, Shiny
Hello,
ma'am.
Meena ma'am.
Hi, Mrinali ma'am.
Hi, I'm very happy that you are having a very similar background what I'm having, and you are conducting session on that, because even I'm also having a very niche area like HR, research, and hospital. So three special area. So I'm very happy with that you are going to take all your examples with related to hospital and related to patients and related to staff like that.
Wonderful, wonderful. So I have a few examples written down also.
Right.
And they are they're very topical to my organization, but I'm sure they can be used everywhere.
So automatically now it's taking my attention, because I'm very familiar with all this situation and this type of research. Similar background, you are taking.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
That'll be great. Sujata,
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Can I ask the question?
Of course. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Kiran Thakre, ma'am. Just I want to ask you regarding being an HR person. What is the role of IT in your day-to-day work profile?
That's
So
not bad,
how
ma'am.
IT plays an important role. Just I want the experience.
That's not bad.
Dr. Kiran, I think IT is my business partner now. I cannot do without IT in my function.
अभी जल्दी है क्या आपको? मैं 10 मिनट का वेट कर रहा हूँ, मैं थोड़ा काम में हूँ.
Yeah, participants, please mute yourself.
Thank you. So most of my decisions, not my decisions, but most of my data comes from my IT department. The way it is stored, the way it is framed. Somebody is still on.
Yeah, it's a humble request. Please keep yourself on mute mode. It's a very humble request to all of you.
So yeah, like we were saying, thank you, ma'am. We were saying that IT and HR are just going hand in hand now. You cannot separate them. HR ke liye,
yeah, ma'am. So we can say that HRIS is a part of IT, and after that, HR Analytics is a part of HR.
Yes. But HR, and HR Analytics will be derived from IT data, big time.
Okay,
ma'am.
Yes, Sujata, ma'am. Yeah.
Ma'am, you said that for salespeople, it is very easy to calculate the return on investment, right? You simply have the revenue they are earning.
Yeah.
For non-earning members like HR, how do you calculate the revenue earned per employee?
So again, now this becomes a very complex process, and this will always come into effect if the organization is interested in it, right? So now you look at all the metrics that I gave. Now, if you look at those metrics, now one simple metric we'll take for recruitment, right? So we work out a recruitment budget. And from that recruitment budget, we understand how many people we took, what was the time spectrum used for that recruitment, at what level did we take those people, and when we go down or when we start assimilating these figures, these amounts, recruitment process where how many people were involved, how much time did they give to that process, how many in the C-suite were involved in these decisions, and when this comes down and when the final amount is made. So we talk about the total amount spent on recruitment and the total number of people that you've taken in, right? Now we talk about the cost of training that they have taken. Okay, you start assimilating these costs together, and then you look at the productivity of the employees that you've taken in. Balance these two, and then understand how intangibles like HR work for you. Now, HR is responsible for culture. HR is responsible for attention. Culture is responsible for attention, right? HR is responsible for fitting the right people to your culture. And then now with such intangibles, we try and decide what the tangibles are and how we are going there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Participants, I know all of you have many questions, but I want to tell you that Medha ma'am is going to be there for the next session and even tomorrow for the first session. So please let's relieve her so that even she can have her break.
Yeah, so just have your
Thank
coffee,
you so
everyone,
much, Medha ma'am, for
and see
sharing
you.
your valuable insights. Yeah, thank you, Medha ma'am.
Thanks,
Participants, the
Rucha.
next session is at 12:30 p.m. I would request all of you to join the session 10 minutes before the scheduled time. Thank you so much, everyone.
Madam, for every session there will be an attendance.
Right,
Hello, am I
sir.
audible?
The attendance
Yes,
form
yes.
will also be shared.
For
We
every
will
session
be
there will
having,
be attendance.
yes, we will, yeah, it is mandatory. So we will be having the attendance after every session.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Hello. Yeah, can you hear me now? Yeah. You can. Okay. Only 10:45 there. Okay. So what we'll do, hello. Yeah. Yeah, hello. Yeah, right. We'll discuss in the next session whether which one has been preferred, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be just waiting for 2 more minutes and starting with the session at 12:30 sharp. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. Welcome back to the session 2. Again, for the next session, we have Dr. Medha Dikshit, ma'am. Ma'am, I request you to take over the session.
Thank you, Richa. Thanks so much. Uh, so, all those who were there during the first session, now is there a difference between this background and the first one? Well, there is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, what are these circles now? Those were also flowers, and these are also flowers. But do you now notice that that was data and this is information? It's just a way of looking at it. So, taking our data and information right forward, we try and see how for any kind of HR initiatives or for any kind of HR metrics to be put in place, business understanding becomes an extremely important factor. Now, going ahead in this one session, we'll again, like I said last time also, I shall be using a lot of examples from my own workplace so that it becomes easier for us to understand. We can have a small discussion where examples from your particular workplaces can be looked at. So we could try and understand a few of those. In the earlier presentation, I had spoken about how HR has to be very dynamic and very responsive. Now we are going to understand how understanding of the core business model or the business that you're in or the organization is so important for us as HR professionals and not just the normal employees. Now, this particular session actually stems out of a lot of reading that all of us have done on strategy. So, be it business strategy, be it HR strategy, be it organizational strategy, a lot of strategy comes into picture when we are going to when we are trying to do this particular understanding. In business strategy, I mean, any subject, any strategy subject or strategic management subject starts with remember the vision, mission of the vision, mission, and objectives of the organization. That's the common base that we all start with. So when we are looking at the vision and the mission and the objective of the workplace, it becomes an inseparable part. of HR. Unless and until HR does not understand what is the purpose of this organization's being, or what is the purpose with which this organization was founded, the HR people will not be able to take the organization forward as and how it is expected out of them. And unless and until the vision of the founders, the mission of the organization, and the short-term and long-term objectives of the organization and its promoters is not well established in the employees' minds, the employees will not be able to take it forward. So again, we will be using a lot of, I will be using a lot of examples from my own workplace to understand how how this makes a difference in the way we look at it. I told you in the last session that my organization, I think somebody put on their mic, please. D148, can you please can you please go on mute? Right, thank you. So like we were saying that, again, I'll take an example of my organization only. We are a cancer hospital, and we cater exclusively to cancer patients of all kinds. So the first thing that we tell all our employees, especially those employees who sit at the front desk and who talk to the patients, is we tell them that you have to understand what that patient is going through. That patient comes from far away, he comes here with a hope. And he comes here, he's not a normal patient, he's not a fractured patient. He's a cancer patient. So he's going to stay with you for the next 10 years for his treatment. And through those 10 years, he's going to come to you every month. Every month, he will expect that you wish him or you respond to him the way you would respond to your family member. And that is how you need to envelop the patient in your fold. So this is something that we generally try and establish with our people. So he could be a front desk executive, he could be an accountant, he could be a nurse, she could be a doctor, she could be a surgeon, but each and every one of them is coached in such a way that everyone wants to be or has to be a family member to that patient. So now this is, and also not just becoming an empathetic family member, also explaining to the patient that it is conquerable. This disease is conquerable. Do not be scared of it. Even if the disease takes a toll on your body, keep your mind strong. So these are certain things that we try because, like I said, our tagline is freedom from the fear of cancer. And this tagline, we want each one of our employees to imbibe it in their own minds, so that the same thought, the same vision, and the same mission is passed on to the employees. So let's just go ahead. Now let's just understand. Again, this is just going to be a little recap of strategic management. So when we're talking about why HR needs to understand the business of the organization, we also need to understand how HR can do that. And the first step is this. And we have the same Chana Futana Wala with us again. So when we're looking at strategy, the pestle factors are so important to us. Now let's just use the pestle factors for this Chana Wala. Can somebody tell me what is so special about this Chana Wala?
He got vaccinated again.
He is vaccinated.
Fantastic. And he's wearing a mask.
Yes,
Following
ma'am.
COVID
I
behavior.
think this is the
Yes.
indirect communication which he is trying to communicate to the public.
Yes. Now, look at him as a business person.
Quality control.
Huh. So now just think of him as a small business owner. Right?
Ma'am, he can customize his serving to the need of the customer.
Correct, correct. So
very organized, ma'am.
Yes.
He's also sending a message that it is very safe as far as the community is concerned to
There
do
you go.
business.
There you
He's
go.
building a trust basically.
Fantastic. Now, isn't that what all organizations have to do? Build trust with the community?
Correct.
And this is exactly what this man and his business is doing for us. He's showing us the right things. Now, you just juxtapose this picture on these strategy points: the political, economic, social, technological, environmental. Okay, now not all of them will apply to him, but think of it as a business person uh, uh, doing business in such a particular environment. So he's done the right thing. He has masked himself. He's following all COVID protocol as said by all the political parties to ensure that the economic process is on. He is on the road selling things. So which means उसने कहीं से तो ये चने खरीदे होंगे, इन्हें उसको भी थोड़ा सा पैसा मिला है. So that chain, the economic chain is going on. He is all appropriate social behavior is evident from him. He says that he is vaccinated, so he seems to be a person in the 45 up range, and he is vaccinated. Well, when he got vaccinated, I'm sure he had to use the COVID app to register himself. That was the technological point. Environmental and legal, I won't talk too much about him for this one person, but trying to understand how each business operates in this framework, that is the PESTEL framework. So it could be a small vendor like him, it could be somebody like the a big bazaar or the central store. Everybody has to operate within this one framework. And this man is doing a fantastic job of showing us how he operates in this framework. Now, okay, now these are the business people. What about us? We are the HR people. As HR people, we have to understand what is the business that we are doing, what are the frameworks that we have to adhere to, and how we can optimize our productivity in these given frameworks. We all know that I think 80% of industry in India is in the MSME sector, that is the medium and small industries. In the MSME sector, we have to understand that as not each organization will have an HR person. There, the promoters become the HR person. So the promoters also have to understand these frameworks of business and these frameworks of business strategy. So now going ahead, when we do this session, we will have to think about each person as a promoter of this business, and each person including being an HR person of the business. And then we now understand how it goes. So we're talking about understanding the business process to become an HR person or become a better HR person. So we had this wise man called Jack Welch. We all know Jack Welch. He was the former CEO of GE. He was very clear on what he expected from HR, and he was very clear on what HR should be doing and how the potential had to be used. So he would always say, when it is used appropriately, HR is the most important department of the company. The rider here is when it is used appropriately. Rider wo hai. Now, how does HR become the most important department of a country, of a company? HR is actually the advisor. Now, we have to understand what kind of advice. Now, we've already understood the kind of advice HR can give. In this one session, we are going to see what is the advice that HR should give. Okay. So now we're looking at Jack Welch again, and Jack Welch is telling us that when used appropriately, it is the most important department of a company. So then again, we have to go back and understand HR and the keywords. Keywords are the entire workforce. Everyone, all the stakeholders. Now, do you remember the people analytics? All the people, all the stakeholders, the entire workforce. Then what does HR say? What are the keywords here again? We say that we focus on the people side of business. The people side of business actually is the one that contributes to the commercial and the financial side of business. But this is one fact which people just forget very, very conveniently. So when we're looking at HR and when we're trying to understand the business, we try and say that it is the people side of business that is the focus of HR. What else does HR do? It keeps track of the existing employees' information, personal ho ya professional. HR tries to think or keeps a track on the employee side of on the existing employees' information. What else does it do? It talks about salary, it talks about expenditures, it talks about new recruits, it talks about recruitment data, all this. In effect, what HR probably does is, or should do is, whatever is the data that is used or available, that has to be used as advisory data for everyone in the C-suite. And that will become the most important factor of understanding the business, understanding the people in the business, and then giving out the right advice. Now we go to our favorite words, that is BA and HA again. Now BA, we had used the same points in the earlier slides also. We said that through BA, we find a reason behind the success or failure of a business. And how do we do that? By concentrating on data. So this generally is the commercial or financial side of business. This is generally the sales or product side of business. If it's an organization, if it's a manufacturing organization, they will look at what went wrong, what was the wastage, what was the sabotage. They will look at processes like Kaizen. They will look at processes like 5S. They will try and have optimal solutions, zero error solutions. They will also have stuff like solutions, or they will try and think of future business planning based on those solutions. That will be business analytics. That will be how much money did we make, how much money should we spend, what is the budget, what is the concern, what is the budget allocated to a particular function of business, what is the budget allocated to a particular person in business. So all these things will become your business analytics. It will become your BA. Now we have to insert, or we have to intervene. As HR managers, we have to slowly get inside the C-suite. And how do we do that? Or why do we do that? And why should we do that? We should do it because we control the people. And the people, in turn, control the organization. As simple as that. How do we control the people? We have tabs on. We monitor the number of departments in our company. We monitor the individual functions that these departments do. We monitor, we understand, we recruit, we retain, or we retrench the workforce that is required at each department level. We understand what is effective performance. We understand how many people should we have. What kind of people should we have? What should be their qualifications? What should be their skill sets? So that effective performance for the entire organization, or at least for that department, is reached. We also monitor, we design, we conceptualize the training modules. We understand when can these training modules be used, when do we execute these modules, who should be the people who are training, who are the trainees, who is the trainer, who should be the resource person. What kind of qualities should the resource person have? What kind of skill set should the trainees have? Now, this is all in the purview of HR. Then we also talk about time and capital that goes to enhance the workforce and their skill sets. So I think Sujata had asked this question last time, and this somehow becomes an answer to her question that when we're talking about the intangibles, like HR, we talk about, we try and make it tangible by talking and mapping time and capital. The time and capital that goes into enhancing the workforce and their skill sets. Now, these are the skill sets. Now, let's try and understand that other phrase that we've used so often in strategic management, and that is competency mapping. Right? So when we look at competency mapping, what do we do? Generally, when we have to map competencies for an entire organization, how do we do that? We first decide on organizational goals, then we design on departmental goals, and then we design individual goals so that everything fits properly, all competencies fit properly, and then this whole pyramid is managed. If you remember MBO, that is management by objective, instead of goals, we have the objectives for each level, and we try and make it, or we try and dovetail everything into becoming one great, big, hoary organizational goal. So, but all this is done when the HR starts mapping the time and capital that has gone along to enhance the workforce and to enhance the skill sets of the workforce. So, business analytics, we're trying to find a reason for the success or failure of a business. We're doing this by understanding data. The correct kind of data for this is going to be the people data or the people analytics that HR can come up with. Now, again, the same thing. When we're talking about metrics that will contribute to business bottom lines, which metrics are these? Of course, the clear winner is the performance metric. What was the expected performance? What was the potential performance? What was the real-time performance? So we have performance metrics. We have your key responsibility areas. We have your key performance indicators, the KRAs and the KPIs. And then we have the core competency assessment. So HR metrics that will contribute to any business bottom line are going to be in some way or the other put into these 4 categories. Either we will have our performance metrics, or we will have our KRAs and KPIs, or we will have our core competencies that are assessed and revised over and over again. Like in the first slide that we saw, the first slide of the first presentation, we saw that repetitions, instances, events, data analysis, and then you see a repetition. So these repetitions will further enhance our analysis of these metrics. So when we're talking about HR metrics, when you're talking about sorry, is there a question? I'm sorry, is there a question? I'm sorry, I can't hear you clearly. Do you want to write your question? I can see it in the chat box.
Yeah, we are launching a department.
Better that way?
You can submit any article which is relevant.
Ma'am, I think that has been unmuted by mistake.
Oh, okay. Yes. So then I can continue, right? Yeah.
Has a formal information.
Okay.
If anyone has a flair for writing,
ma'am, you can mute the person.
Okay. I'll just have to check who's. Yeah.
I have to talk to Rajamalan regarding this.
Ma'am?
Yes.
As you just stopped here, can I ask you the question?
Yes, please do that.
Yeah. So, ma'am, just I want to ask can we set the analytics? Can we relate analytics for each and every function of the HR?
Very well. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Now let's just.
But before relating the HR analytics for every function, we required a proper HRIS setup for that function.
Of course. Similar question asked in the last last session. where somebody talked about HR and technology.
Ma'am, I have the same question, but the thing is that here just I want to ask, as you're talking about various functions like employee engagement, retention, recruitment, talent management, whatever the functions are there. For each and every functions you require HRIS to be set up in that particular organization. Without that,
It
you
will have
cannot
to be.
do the analytics.
It will have to be, because it becomes, the data becomes too much to manage if you're doing it manually.
Okay, and as I am a learner or a student that just try to understand the HR analytics, so there are two perceptions.
Sujata ma'am, please mute yourself. Sujata ma'am, please mute yourself.
Yeah, can I proceed?
Yeah, I think you can proceed, although I can't
So,
really hear you properly.
Yeah, ma'am. I want to ask that being a student or just trying to understand the HR analytics concept, I need to just analyze. Sorry.
Hello. I'm sorry, but I just can't hear properly.
Participants to mute because it's a lot of disturbance from
I
your
can't mute. I don't have rights to mute.
Ma'am, you have host right, you can mute.
Yes, ma'am. The host is doing that.
I can't see the thing in the
Ma'am, host can mute.
I'm trying.
Ready. You know exactly what things you are going to look for.
No, I can't. I'm sorry, but I can't mute her.
Ma'am can mute.
Richu ma'am.
She is the host.
Or if you are interviewing people to gather some data.
Rucha,
ma'am can do so.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I'm doing that.
So it's a systematic.
Ma'am, now you are host, you can mute.
Thank you. I'll just do that.
Story OB comes up with is based on empirical findings.
Hang on.
Yeah.
I think. Yes. Please.
Ma'am, now you can mute her.
I'm trying. Hang on. My grid has
no
just.
issues.
Yeah,
No issues, ma'am.
My grid has just gone somewhere.
Individual level variables, group level variables,
Yeah.
organization level variables.
Rucha, can you do it?
Yeah, ma'am, I'll just check. Okay,
Yeah,
ma'am,
just
carry on
please.
with the session. I'll do it.
Take it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm sorry, your question.
If I'm audible, okay,
Yes.
just I am further just repeating my question. Yeah, I am a student and I'm just trying to understand the HR analytics concept. So I can understand in two ways. Being I'm a specialized HR person, analytic person who is analyzing the data, and as a technical person in the form of tool, HR analytics tool that is used to analyze, which gives which we can see the future of HR analytics.
Correct. So HR analytics, like we mentioned in the first session also, HR analytics and technology will have to go hand in hand, because
it starts with organization structure, organization's vision, mission, all these things.
Yeah, because without technology, it is going to be impossible, not impossible, but virtually impossible for us to. Okay, Arucha, you have to help me out here. This is a little.
And lastly, we will talk about the organization.
Hello.
What kind of behavior is controlled? The productivity, the attitude.
Yeah, so much better. Right. So I'm so sorry. You were asking me a question, so we will again go back to HR and technology. I will say HR and technology today to become for the organization to become better and grow and use business analytics correctly. HR and technology will become two parts or two sides of the same coin. Without a good HRIS, it is virtually impossible to collate that kind of data. I'll be very honest with you. Again, an example from my own workplace. Um, I have 800 people working with me on roll today, and about 200 to 300 who are outsourced. Until and unless I do not have a good HRIS to map their attendance, I cannot do anything. And when it comes to mapping people attendance for about 800 people, it makes so much more sense economically, financially, and also mentally. It makes so much more sense for me to have a punch-in system installed, right? So HR and technology today have to go hand in hand. Our appraisals are online. Our leave application process is online. And it is not just to save paper, but it is also for us to save a lot of headache on the part of HR. Because what happens is we're all human beings. There are inadvertent human mistakes that happen. And these mistakes are probably lessened with the presence of an HRI. किसी ने लीव अप्लाई की है, वो पूरा थ्रू द प्रॉपर चैनल जब तक मेरे पास आती है, it could become too late. दूसरा महीने का सैलरी हो जाएगा. Something which just happened with me right now. In the break, I got a call from a very senior person who said कि आपने मेरा 2 दिन का सैलरी काट दिया क्योंकि आपने मेरे लीव्स अपलोड नहीं किए, क्योंकि मेरा अप्रेजल आप तक पहुंचा नहीं, क्योंकि मेरे HOD ने अप्रेजल दिया नहीं, एंड आपने मुझे बताया क्यों नहीं कि मेरा अप्रेजल आप तक पहुंचा नहीं था. So I have to keep on following the paper trail. Instead, if I just open my screen and if my IT has given me everything on my screen, it is so much easier for me. And I can give a real-time update to that person. So I can probably become something like a Zomato or a Swiggy. Your food is being prepared, somebody is getting your food, then all that, right? So that's like a minute by minute update.
Ma'am, just I want to take the same example that you just given now. As the senior person just call you and just said that that the information is not reached to you, and due to which the appraisal or that thing is hold on.
Correct.
So what do you think the new technologies that is coming on? I might be just I'm asking this question very early to the session. But if you want to answer, you can answer it, or later one. How the artificial intelligence plays an important role to avoid such type of delay. Right. And what is the future of HR analytic person as a human, as a profession, when you are dealing with the data as an analytics and the new technologies are coming in? So whether this profile will not see in future and it get replaced with the artificial intelligence or what? Just I want it.
Actually, see, I'll just answer your question in a minute and then we'll go ahead. Artificial intelligence, of course, is the new thing on the block. We never used HR analytics earlier. We had these very experienced seniors who would tell us कि ये तो 2 महीना में छोड़ के चली जाएगी. आपने इसको क्यों लिया? ये 2 महीना में छोड़ के चली जाएगी. Remember recruiting days में ऐसा होता था. 2 महीना में क्यों छोड़ के जाएगी? क्योंकि वो जो आपका सीनियर था उसको समझ जाता था कि ये कहाँ से आई है. उसको ये समझ जाता था कि मे बी शी इज जस्ट, उसने इंटरव्यू में बोल दिया होगा, पहले के इंटरव्यूज भी अलग होते थे, उस लड़की ने शायद इंटरव्यू में बोल दिया होगा कि 3-4 महीने में मेरी शादी होने वाली है या माय पेरेंट्स आर एक्टिवली लुकिंग फॉर अ पर्सन. ये बोल दिया होगा, आपके एक्सपीरियंस सीनियर ने ये पकड़ लिया और बोल दिया कि भाई 2 महीने से ज्यादा ये तुम्हारे पास रहेगी नहीं. ये हो गया जो उन्होंने अपना एनालिसिस लगाया है, राइट? नाउ all these things are captured as data. इसका conclusion as data निकलता है. Answering your question about artificial intelligence, अभी ही there are a lot of softwares that will give you possible reasons of exit. When you do a retention matrix, you will understand that some artificial intelligence software will give you possible reasons for exit. और उसमें से शायद एक right होगा. Artificial intelligence भी इतना ज़्यादा ये हो गया only because of the experience that artificial intelligence has. It's got so much data with itself. It can just tell you कि 100 लोग जो आपको छोड़ के गए उसमें से 5% लोग ऐसे वाले थे. It is as simple as that. So artificial intelligence is not going anywhere, but to conclude from the intelligence, from the artificial intelligence that is available there, you need a human brain, you need a humane touch. Let us not forget it. ऐसा है कि आज 10 लोग होंगे आपके एचआर टीम में, कल को शायद आप 2 लोगों से काम चला लो, पर वो 2 लोग लगेंगे. You will need those 2 human beings to be there. Machines cannot handle us. We are more complicated. So can I go ahead?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. So,
ma'am, I am having one doubt.
Yes, please.
Assistant professor from the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, ma'am.
Okay.
And ma'am, I am working in the area of the competency management and talent management.
Wow.
So, ma'am, can I use this artificial intelligence or HR analytics in my research? And if yes, then how, ma'am?
It will be fantastic if you do use this, but instead of answering how, I think just be patient till because I saw the timetable that Rucha sent me today, the timetable for this particular module, HR analytics. So I think just be patient till the end of this entire module to finish, because like Shiny ma'am told us that you are going to do dashboard also. You're going to do Tableau also. Now these are tools that can be used for competency assessment. It can be used for performance metrics. It can be used to map your KRIs and KPIs. And you can also map what will be the right KPIs for what function, which will make things easier for all of you all. है ना?
जी ma'am.
So, हम लोग थोड़ा सा रुक जाते हैं, and then maybe at the end of this whole thing, if you want, you can just mail me the question and answer.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this.
Right. Let's just go ahead. Since I was asked about hiring decisions, and prophetically, this is what came up. So when we have, this is just one use case that we are looking at. Again, I'll give you a little background. Can you read that word Karka Sevaks on the screen? Okay. So Karka Sevaks, this is a particular designation in the organization that I work with. Kark, of course, stands for cancer. Sevak is anybody who is serving the purpose of cancer. Okay. So we talk about this entire designation in my workplace who are known as the Karka Sevaks. Okay. Similar people act as volunteers in the TMH, that is the Tata Memorial Hospital, or in the Hedgewar Hospital in Aurangabad. Just let me tell you what the Karka Sevaks do. In a normal hospital, these Karka Sevaks will be called as navigators, hospital navigators. Since now hospitals are huge campuses, you need people to tell. I don't know if you have been to, I'm sure all of us have been to hospitals sometime or the other, but we always have to go to a help desk and ask कि मैंने कहाँ जाना है, right? Then somebody says कि okay, आपको 2 corridor के बाद right turn लेना है. But does somebody guide us on वहां जाके आपको ये बंदा मिलेगा, उससे आप आपका टेस्ट का रिजल्ट ये करा लेना? और does someone guide us कि आपका आज MRI है, आज आप आते वक्त फोन करके गाइड करता है कि आज आप आते वक्त इतना इतना खा के आना, नहीं खा के आना, ये all that, reminding you कि सर आपका 2 दिन के बाद कीमो है, आप ऐसी ऐसी तैयारी करके आना. Now these are little things which the Karka Sevaks do. They hold the patient's hand and guide them throughout the entire hospital. These are Karka Sevaks. They act as their friends. They act as their empaths. They act as their parents in the hospital. यहाँ से चलिए, यहाँ आइए, all that. ये डॉक्टर है, ये डॉक्टर आपको ये बताएंगे, इनके बाद हमको उन डॉक्टर के पास जाना है. This whole thing is managed by this entire team of Karka Sevaks. Each Karka Sevak has about 20 patients to his or her name, and they call up, they ask कि आप कैसे हो, आपका कैसे चल रहा है, ट्रीटमेंट कैसी रही, कोई रिएक्शन हुआ क्या? All these little things जो कोई फैमिली मेंबर करेगा, ये Karka Sevak करते हैं. अब when I am asked to recruit people for the Karka Sevak designation, there are certain things that I need to understand as an HR recruiter, and there are certain things that I need to keep in mind. Now, guys, this is a hiring decision that I'm going to make. And for this hiring decision, I need to understand what is the kind of philosophy that my organization has. Now, the philosophy is freedom from the fear of cancer. I need a Karka Sevak. A Karka Sevak is somebody who's not just skilled in whatever the hospital is doing, but also who's very well when she communicates. She does it very nicely, very softly, very sweetly. Now I have to look for somebody who can speak nicely, who can have a lot of patience, who can understand English, Hindi, and Marathi, who can understand what is going on, who can probably be trained to understand what are the reports that the doctor has written and how to guide the patient further. So what do I have to see? I have to see कि इस बच्चे का या इस लड़की का या इस person का career life stage क्या है? Is she starting out? Is she in the middle stage of her career? Has she given up on everything and then come to me because she has not found any other job? So I have to look at the career life stage of this person. Then I have to see what is the career anchor. Is it a adventure anchor that she has? Is it a money anchor that she has? Is it the anchor where she just wants job security? Or is it the social anchor that she has? Is she coming here to work for me because she feels empathetic towards these people? So I have a lot of people who are in the Kark Sevak team who have sometime in their lives, unfortunately, lost somebody to cancer. And that is why they say कि हमको ये वाला नौकरी करना है. So now when we are looking at, and we talk about them as sevaks, the whole objective of my organization is seva. So when we are looking at Karka Sevaks, they become the first person that any patient comes in contact with. So for me, as a recruiter, I have to take in somebody who is empathetic, who is soft and nice and sweet and patient. ये मेरा सबसे बड़ा होता है criteria. And then we talk about their career anchors and life stage कि वो अभी कौन से life stage में है, अभी क्या उनका anchor है जो वो हमारे पास आ रहे हैं. So what TMH, what Tata Memorial Hospital does is it asks for volunteers. We employ these people. Tata Memorial takes them as volunteers, and those people do a lot of counseling and they do a lot of patient hand holding there. Whereas what Hedgewar in Aurangabad, what they do is they typically recruit people who have retired but who would like to work. Okay, so they recruit these people for a period of, let us say, 2 to 3 hours per day. And 2-3 घंटा these people act as volunteers, talk to the patients, उनको किताबें पढ़ के सुनाते हैं, उनको छोटे बच्चे होंगे तो उनको stories सुनाते हैं, ऐसा सब. So you have elderly people who for little children act as their grandparents and who for other patients act as their guides. So this is one huge case when we say that hiring decisions are totally based upon the understanding of the business that the organization is in. The other thing that we need to understand is the culture of the organization. What is the company culture that we are looking at? Now, these are the general 5 types of cultures that we've seen. Or again, HR strategy agar dekho, तो ये जो 5 cultures है, ये तो दिखते ही है. So you have a hierarchical या seniority based culture, जैसे जापान में होता है, where if you're older in age, you get promoted. Then you have the mercenary culture. अब mercenary culture ऐसा है कि fortunately or unfortunately आजकल का जो gig economy चल रहा है या तो फिर जो gig culture चल रहा है वो mercenary culture है कि भाई मैं आपके यहाँ आती हूँ as a professional, I will work with you for 2 days. For these 2 days every week, you will pay me an X salary. That's it. X compensation. I will not even call it a salary. Technical अलग हो जाएगा. So for 2 days every week, for a month I will come, which means 8 days a month I will come. For these 8 days, you will give me an X amount. मैं उतना ही काम करूंगी. 2 दिन से ज़्यादा मैं आऊंगी भी नहीं. I will work for the money that you're paying me. That's your mercenary culture. And most of the people who are associated with this organization, ऐसे होते हैं. So the organization just has a mercenary culture कि भाई सबको एक साल के आप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे लो and सबको आगे बढ़ाते रहो, ठीक है? Next is we have an egalitarian culture. Now, egalitarian culture will again be where you have proper hierarchies, you have the proper structures, you will have rigid structures, you will have, or you will conform to some kind of a structure. You will probably keep people at a very horizontal equal level कि सब सरीके है, वो वाला एक culture हो सकता है that nobody is greater, nobody is lesser. It is an egalitarian kind of culture, but it will be a properly structurized organization. Then you have the clan culture. Clan culture is generally where recruitments are done by a lot of referencing. So we have an organization in Nagpur. It's one of the biggest organizations in terms of food. It's one of the biggest in India, actually. They make packaged food, they have restaurants, they make good vegetarian food. आपको hint लग गई होंगी कि मैं किसके बारे में बात कर रही हूँ. So ये जो organization है, it's one of the best in the industry. Vegetarian food का मिठाई रहती है उनकी, उनके packed snacks रहते हैं, सेव, भुजिया, all that. इनका एक clan culture है. So they generally take people from let us say villages in Rajasthan. बंदा अगर इनको join कर लेता है तो वो उसको पूछते हैं कि हमको और 4 लोग चाहिए, आप अपने village से लेके आइए 4 लोगों को. But you're getting those people, I will ask you कि ये जो 4 लोग हैं इसमें से ये आपको कैसे related है. तो किसी का भाई होगा, किसी का भांजा होगा, किसी के जीजे का भांजा होगा, but there will be some kind of a connection between this man and the 4 people that he has gotten. So this is kind of a clan culture that is propagated in the organization where we have people through referencing. And फिर बाद में रहता है आपका elite culture. Now elite culture is something that Google started out with. Do you remember Google का hiring कैसा था? पहले जब उन्होंने शुरू की थी, they posted एक बड़े से होर्डिंग पे उन्होंने एक मैथ्स का प्रॉब्लम पोस्ट किया था, डेरिवेटिव्स का प्रॉब्लम था, एंड उसके नीचे लाइन थी कि अगर आपको ये सॉल्व करना आता है आप प्लीज ये वाले ईमेल एड्रेस पे वो सॉल्व करके हमको भेजिए. एंड जिन्होंने सॉल्व किया, जो वहां तक पहुंची, they started talking to those guys. They did not bother about आप कॉलेज में थे, आपने कॉलेज छोड़ दिया था, आपने क्या पढ़ाई की थी, आपका क्या ये था, कुछ नहीं. So जो लोगों ने उनको ज्वाइन किया, they were part of this elite club, right? And Google का कहना था, right now we are starting out, we need only people who are innovative enough. हम सिर्फ innovation देखेंगे. So that became an elitist kind of culture. So when we're looking at understanding a business, we have to understand what is the culture in which that business is working. What is it that the business demands out of the employees that are working out in it. So company culture becomes a very, very important part for the HR to understand, for the HR to maintain, and for the HR to propagate further. How do we assess the company culture? We've just spoken about these things. Now, these are just points about it. So how do we do that? First things first, we evaluate the onboarding process. अब छोटी सी बात है, हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में आज तक onboarding को हम लोग recruitment कहते हैं. Which means अगर इसी से हमको अगर कल्चर का थोड़ा सा भी अंदाजा लगाना पड़े तो हम कहेंगे कि जो हमारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है वो अभी भी थोड़े पुराने समय में चल रहा है. So we're still in the 90s when it comes to the names of the processes, which means we're still happy with that kind of culture. Okay, so first things first, when we are assessing the company culture, we try and evaluate the onboarding process, matlab the recruitment process, the induction process, and the training, the earliest training process that happens in the organization. That is what we first evaluate. वहाँ क्या होता है? Who are the people who talk to you in your induction? Induction में आपको कैसे rules and regulations समझाए जाते हैं? आपका इंटरव्यू कौन लेता है, आपके रिक्रूटमेंट लेटर पे, आपके ऑफर लेटर पे किसकी सिग्नेचर रहती है, जब आपसे नेगोशिएट किया जाता है तो हाउ डू दे आस्क यू क्वेश्चंस, so that becomes an evaluation of the onboarding process. Next is within leadership, is there some kind of a team culture there? Are people, are team leaders open with one another? Matlab sare teams, again, do they work as a dovetail or do they work in their own silos? So the openness within leadership has to be gauged. Then we have to understand what are the incentive programs, छुट्टियां कितनी है कितनी नहीं है, पैसे कब कब मिलते हैं, are there designated times of increments, team interactions कैसे है, जो भी आपको, there are certain questions that you need to ask to understand company culture, and when you ask those questions to the people, to the stakeholders, what kind of attitude can you gauge, what kind of attitude can you understand? So now HR has to be very responsive and very alert for answers to such questions. In a performance review, can we ask about such things? कि भाई last year कैसा रहा? Last year आपको कुछ embarrassment हुआ था? सबसे गंदी चीज क्या हुई last year organization में? What were the mistakes that we committed? What did we learn from there? What lessons can our company leverage? What should our organization do differently? What breakthrough moments did we experience? What is holding us back? What can each of us do to be more helpful to the team? But these are sample questions. In fact, there are some very nice articles on the questions that we can ask in appraisals. If I find a link, I'll send it to you. But these are such wonderful questions to understand what the organization has been through in the last 1 year. And how now again, these become data points. If 10 people say that last year we didn't do well because the technology was not right, or because we could not reach our consumers, then that means there was something wrong with your IT department. That becomes a data point. So now these become individually, each of these questions become a data point that can be understood, and that have to be understood by the HR people, right? Going ahead. We talk about the cohesive C-suite working. Now C-suite, again, I'm saying is the CEO suite, where we have the CTO, the Chief Technology Officer, Chief Information Officer, the Chief Financial Officer, the CEO himself, everybody working together cohesively to understand where to take our organization and how to take it further. Okay, now we look at one more use case. I think Dr. Mrinali will now probably understand this use case better. A typical hospital scene during the COVID-19 situation, where there was all of us, the first wave came and went. Since we were a cancer hospital, we did not really have a COVID ward. It was only cancer patients with COVID who were put into a particular ward, and that was it. But to become responsive to the COVID situation, all of us had to go through intense training. Our nurses had to go through intense hospital infection control protocol. They had to pass on these protocols to the entire organization, right from an office boy to the front desk executive, to the data entry operator, to the person who brought our chai, the canteen fellows. Everybody had to be trained in this particular protocol. The first wave came and went, didn't really touch us. During the second wave, it was decided by the management that we had to put up an exclusive COVID ward. So we had a 100-bedded COVID ward in our own facility for general patients. During such a time, management asked all the existing employees to work a little harder. So we were given shifts that were nearly 12 hours, right? We were given, of course, we all were given everything like your, everything that the protocol demanded, like your suits and your hand wash and everything was given. Hand hygiene, everything was given. But at the same time, it was expected that our employees had to work harder. Now, this was a challenge that we had to understand. So what happened was this meant a lot of change in a short period of time. We didn't get enough time to make this change. Our the phone numbers that we gave for the first person reporting, those phones were clogged. There were phone calls every second. The girls who were answering those phones were tired. We had to put in managers to answer and talk to those patients. The people who were acting as at the front gate, who were taking the relatives in, were tired, were burned out because all patients were crying. Uh, every patient caretaker had a patient whose oxygen levels were low. They were all crying. It was a horrible situation. People would come at the gate. We had to say no to so many people because there were no beds there. Now, in such a situation, this meant that the girls handling phone calls became burnt out in 4 hours because there was so much stress and negativity. So, what did we have to do? We had to make a dashboard. From our dashboard, we had to make some kind of a buffer for people to handle only these phone calls. So, what did we do? Instead of changing our shifts in 8 hours, we did 4-hour shifts for these girls. We did 4-hour shifts for everyone during that period. And this only could happen because we knew how many people we had. We knew who were the people who could, who probably did not have to handle so much stress and who could be put into these places. So we were able to implement this change by distributing the stress in all the employees altogether. That was one time that the entire organization came together to fight this monster of COVID. And this just helped our leadership reach the goal without risking too much attrition. Right? So this is what happens when you know how many people you have exactly, and when you know what are the kind of skills that can be used for such jobs. So jab tak wo pata nahi rehta, how can you put people, how can you deploy people? So that becomes a huge victory for HR analytics. When you know what is there in your basket, you can deploy the stuff anywhere you want. So many times we've seen, or rather, in fact, we've seen that in Indian context, HR analytics has not really done very well. Although I would say that we are very young in this area. It's a very, very young field. But then again, analytics has not done really well because, you know, there's not one particular field or one particular definition or term to define this field. There are, like we spoke, there is something called as talent analysis, there is people, there is workforce. So in effect, each term defines one part of the whole thing, not the entire thing. So then you have different job titles. जब अलग अलग job titles होते हैं तो you don't know कि आप कौन सा काम कर रहे हो और उसने क्या काम करना है. Again, that confusion arises. अच्छा, एक और होता है कि analytics generally backend में होता है. So forward facing, yeah. Sorry. Okay. So analytics generally happens in the backend. And in the backend, you're not forward facing. So you don't have your hand on the pulse of the organization. Now, when this happens, I'm trying to mute this person, but it's not happening.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, got it. So, since HR analytics generally is not forward facing, the pulse is lost quite a few times. अच्छा, और क्या हो जाता है कि the analysis or the analyzer or the analyst focuses only on collection, analysis, reporting. but he does not always add the human touch by telling the business partner or by telling the promoter, okay, this is what can be done. Okay, so a lack of soft skills also adds to this. And then we have our common complaint that the right data is not collected and the right data is not reported, unfortunately. Then what else happens is, or rather, the underlying thing is understanding of the business for HR is not adequate. And that is what adds to the confusion or adds to the failure.
Ma'am, can we say identifying the right metrics also sometimes is difficult for us to understand?
Yeah. No, we don't find the right metric. We don't find the right data to fortify that metric.
Okay.
So that is also very dicey. So everything depends on the right kind of data that you have collected. Now, again, my point is that HR has to join the C-suite. HR people have to get into a bigger, broader role of advising, of becoming a workforce advisor to the promoter. Now, HR professionals are going to become better with all the technology that we have at hand, with all the artificial intelligence that we will be able to deploy. We are going to be agile and nimble enough to take better decisions. Now, these are the challenges. This is the way ahead. This is a wonderful thing that I got on Fosway Group. So if you just Google Fosway Group, it's written there, copyright Fosway Group Limited. Just see that it's a very simple, small Adobe document. It's a very nice document that talks about why things fail at the data level. So, okay, somebody is annotating. So things fail at the data level because reporting is passive. वही पुराना data देते रहते हैं. KPI reporting or dashboards आजकल में आए हैं, but this is only at the operational level. And then you have the siloed or the domain specific relationship. So like we said in the first part also, first session, where people analytics now have to become more relational. So the CTO has to interact with the chief HR officer. The chief information officer has to interact with the chief financial officer. All these things have to now start going hand in hand. Only then can we go ahead. So there is a huge demand, or there's a huge gap in the integrated analytics section. Integrated analytics जब ठीक होएगा तो ही we will be able to go to predictive and maybe intelligent automation, and then we become a little more transformative. So how do we evolve further? We embrace technology and analytics as in how we get it, understand the key success factors of the company, keep our focus on the people who work for us. I'm not going to tell you my age, but I'm big enough that the new joinee when he comes to my company is at least 10 to 15 years younger to me. And I have to be now ready for that person. So I have to be ready for the new workforce. I have to ensure that the new workforce understands my benefits package in the language that they have, the jargon that they have. Of course, I have to be abreast of all kinds of compliance issues. And yes, of course, I need to certify myself or update my skill set so that I can evolve further. As I evolve, there are going to be some wonderful portfolios that can come my way. So I can have something that will be known as the head of candidate experience. There can be a performance coach in my organization. There can be an organizational psychologist here. There will be an HR data scientist. There will be an employee experience specialist. There will be a head of talent acquisition and technology selection. So there are possibilities that are going to happen, but these possibilities will be achieved only when I have my base data correct, I have my base data points relevant to the growth of the organization. When this happens, only then will I understand how my career trajectory will move. And only then, and without that understanding of the business for the HR people, it is going to be very difficult to just, move around this jargon and move around in these words. So we say that we try and oil the cogs. How do we do it? We make it easy for employees to seek help. We have first contact, keep the employees informed every time. Like I just told you what happened in the break, that somebody called me up and said कि मैडम आपने मुझे बताया क्यों नहीं कि मेरा अप्रेजल अभी तक आपको पहुंचा नहीं है. तो यहाँ पे मुझे Zomato Swiggy बनना पड़ेगा. I will have to tell him कि आपका अप्रेजल रिसीव हुआ है, आपके इसमें आपके एप्लीकेशन का ये प्रोसेस है, यहाँ तक पहुंचा है, 2 दिन लगेंगे ये करने को. Then a very effective self-service option. Now this we do during training where we give them our notes on our server. वो लोग अपना notes download करते हैं, वहीं से पढ़ाई करते हैं और अपनी exam देते हैं. Then we try and identify and troubleshoot the process bottlenecks. Healthy competition within teams so that each person, again, it's all about healthy competition. And then we also try to identify the skill gaps that there are, and we encourage early closing of these gaps. That is a huge gamut, that is a huge challenge and lots of work for the HR department if put into the proper perspective. And with this, I'll give you some of my sources and references. Anybody who's interested in HR, this HR technologist, I think Dr. Kiran was asking me, HR technologist is a very good resource. It's like a magazine. You can ask your colleges to, subscribe to it. There's a very good resource, the toolboxhr.com. It's got a lot of articles. It's got a lot of blogs by different people. I subscribe to a lot of blogs, and there are certain जो बहुत अच्छे से लिखते हैं. So I've just mentioned 2 of them here, but there are umpteen number on the internet, and it's a huge library that you can look at. So with this, I'm open to questions.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes,
hello.
please.
Ma'am, I have a question. Hello.
Yes.
Ma'am, as a recent computer science graduate, what are my options to get into HR?
Okay. So you want to get into HR, and you are already computer science graduate.
Undergraduate. Yeah.
Undergraduate. Okay, so then the world is your oyster. There is so much that you can do. I think the best combination is going to be if you can do Python programming. Hello? Statistics, yeah. Python, dashboard, Tableau. Now, these are the base skill sets that any HR person needs today. I have 58-year-olds on my team, and right now I'm trying to teach them the dashboard. Right now I'm trying to teach them various ways of using the Excel. So you have to have these covered. ये skills जब तक अपने पास नहीं आते हैं, तो analytics में हमने जाना भी नहीं है. Statistical analysis, correlation, regression, ये तो आना ही है. After that, we'll start thinking about HR analytics. Renu, Miss Renu had raised her hand.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes. Go on.
Okay, Ms. Dikshit, my query is like, is there any framework to trace what are redundant things that shouldn't be captured? You talked about things that should be captured, so I'm not sure, should that be intuitive or there is a specific framework for that?
There is no framework. There is no framework. Again, it will depend from business to business, organization to organization. Something that one organization feels is the most important prerogative for them might feature in the last few in my list. So whenever we do an organizational competency mapping, we talk about the most useful competencies for the organization, and then we start ranking them, right? So for an organization like mine, again, my hospital is more of a charity hospital. So for an organization like mine, the number of people coming for MJPJY charity, that becomes a higher competency, as against a private hospital where the number of private patients coming or the number of surgeries happening becomes a higher competency, right? So everything depends on the vision mission of my organization vis-a-vis the vision mission of another organization. Competencies जो मेरे हिसाब से महत्वपूर्ण है, मेरे organization के हिसाब से महत्वपूर्ण है, those according to ranks should have the maximum data points.
Ma'am, I'm having a query regarding this particular question.
Correct, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if I want to develop a
Hello?
general competencies, am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are. Go on.
If I want to develop a general competencies, which can be a tool of talent management, especially for talent development.
Wonderful.
Right? So, ma'am, which type of competency should I take? For the overall, it should be a general, it can be applicable to every organization. If I want to go for that type of competency,
right?
And which competencies I should take?
Purvi, we generally slot the competencies into a few headings, right? A few heads. So you have a technical competency. Then you have a soft skill, the skill that is used, right? Then you generally have an admin competency, right? Documentation and admin एक वो वैसा वाला आ जाता है, right? अब कोई भी जॉब हो, अगर मैकेनिक का जॉब है तो उसका टेक्निकल कॉम्पिटेंसी सबसे हाईएस्ट होना चाहिए।
जी मैम,
राइट? सो आप उसको वेटेज दो ना, आप ये 3 कॉम्पिटेंसीज रखो, उसको वेटेज दो। अगर मैकेनिक होगा तो उसकी टेक्निकल कॉम्पिटेंसी को आप 10 में से 9 नंबर दे दो, राइट? फिर आधा नंबर आप उसके एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव को दो और आधा नंबर आप उसके सॉफ्ट स्किल पे दो, क्योंकि वो फॉरवर्ड फेसिंग है ही नहीं। ठीक है, अगर वो फॉरवर्ड फेसिंग है, अगर फ्रंट डेस्क असिस्टेंट है तो उसको 8 नंबर दो आप सॉफ्ट स्किल पे, बराबर? सो ये 3 आप बेसलाइन पकड़ो और इसके ऊपर आपका बस जो कैलिब्रेशन है वो ऊपर नीचे करते रहो।
ओके मैम,
ये जनरलिस्ट हो जाएगा एंड यू कैन डिसाइड।
जी मैम,
ठीक है,
थैंक यू सो मच। One more question, ma'am.
Yeah.
One more. I'm sorry for this. One more query, ma'am. Ma'am, is it necessary that I have to select a particular organization for this and I have to develop a model on that thing? Is it necessary that I am belonging from the HR background, so I have to select an organization? Because I'm thinking that we should have HR is applicable at every organization. If it is unorganized, then also it is applicable.
Oh yeah, like I said, MSME, you can take up the entire MSME. You can take up one particular vertical of the MSMEs. You can pick up one function, like nursing function, doctor function. You know, you can pick up a function and do the competency mapping of one function or one vertical. I think that'll be great, and there'll be so much data. इतना data मिलेगा आपको खेलने को, that you won't know what to do with it.
Great, ma'am. Great. Thank you so much, ma'am. It is such a new out-of-box thinking which you are giving to me. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
Hello. Mr. Prashant has been raising his hand for some time now.
Yes, ma'am. So thank you so much.
Right.
So, thank you for the wonderful presentation. So I used to work into the HR domain in the corporate for 7 years, and then now recently I have entered into academics. So I have few things which I have to ask specifically from an academic point of view. So I still find it a lot of difference, when you say people analytics, workforce analytics, or talent analytics, and there are different software has also come into place. So as far as the academics is concerned, what is something, as an HR academician, we should learn, especially in the field of HR analytics, which will be helpful in the research and the consultancy part?
True. So I think Prashant sir, aap aur Purvi ma'am, तो you can collaborate on a paper on competency mapping.
Yeah.
Because I think unless and until we do not map the organizational competency vis-a-vis the departmental competency vis-a-vis the individual competency, वो आगे बढ़ पाना काफी मुश्किल है. फिर वो पुराना वाला स्टाइल लेके it becomes a little difficult. It's a little laborious and it's a little slow.
Okay.
That is.
Okay. And then secondly, there was one gentleman who has asked, who is just a recent graduate, undergraduate in computer science. You were telling about the different tools which has to be learned to become an HR analytics or to enter into HR job. Now there is a new tools have come up which is called Microsoft BI. Sorry, Power BI, which is much more efficient than the Tableau. And as far as the Python, because I am not into very coding stuff, so I find SPSS and Smart PLS is
SPSS is also very good. अब बात ऐसी है ना Mr. Prashant, that कोई भी tool लो, उसका application finally अपने हाथ में है.
Right.
मतलब a normal statistician तो आपके charts देख के correlation करके भी बता पाए, जो हम लोग को SPSS लगेगा. या जो हम लोग को we'll probably have a wonderful beautiful dashboard on Tableau, वो तो बस देख के बता देगा अपने को जो उसका analysis है. So tools are nothing, वो एक माध्यम है. It's up to us कि हमने वो माध्यम कैसे use करना है.
Okay.
That way.
Okay.
Right. I think Jayalakshmi ma'am wants to ask.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Hello, ma'am. Thank you so much for the wonderful session. First of all, I registered to this FTP because the topic is similar to what my thesis topic, which I'm doing PhD on. So it's HR analytics, data-driven technology, and data-driven approach to HRM.
Wonderful.
So that is what made me, and I learned it. But I also want to know, my domain is IT companies. So could you share a little bit, or could you give some tips about how should I proceed further for or what kind of quantification should I do for in terms of this domain?
All right. Now there are ways, or there are various heads that you can look at. One way that you can do is you look at the function. Take up one particular function of, let us say, 10 IT companies. Okay. So if you look at the onboarding function of an IT company, so now you're looking at 10 IT companies with the only in context of the onboarding function. Now study the onboarding function, understand what the company is doing, understand key after onboarding what is the attrition rate of those organizations, okay? Or conversely, what is the retention rate? आप वो understand करिए. Just try and understand how selection decisions have been right or wrong, and that becomes a huge analytics area. Huge.
Okay.
So if you can do it function wise, your thesis will be fantastic. You will be able to do one thesis every year if you do one function every year that way.
So if one function like onboarding function, you're giving an example.
It's an example I gave, yeah.
Okay.
The core, see, again, we're talking about analytics. Analytics and data is of no use to us unless and until we can correlate it. जब तक correlation नहीं आता, तब तक it's of no use to us.
Ma'am, can we add one more factor, like how much it's contributing to our financial performance and all?
Right. That will depend on the organization whether they want to share that kind of data with you. Right.
Okay. Right.
You can just take up to start with. My point is to start with, let us take up one function and then we decide कि उसके pathways हमको कहाँ ले जाने हैं. है ना? Right.
Okay.
There is. Have I answered
Madam,
your question?
Yes. True. You're done. Thank you, ma'am. And one more small question I have. You explained about people analytics and workforce analytics. What is a minute difference? Because the people analytics, we take into consideration all customers, stakeholders, everyone.
Yes.
And what is workforce analytics? Wow.
Actually, in that slide, we've been a little clear about it. So workforce analytics will talk about particulars or specifics. Well, like I said in this particular presentation, there are too many names for these things. There are too many names, and that is one reason why HR analytics is not catching on. Because somebody calls it HR analytics, somebody calls it people analytics, somebody further goes on to say, no, it is workforce analytics, right? So these are just names of similar functions or similar things.
Okay.
Okay. There is somebody, Amrisha.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Amrisha.
At the outset, ma'am, I'd like to congratulate you and thank you so much for being such a wonderful resource person. I think this is one of the first session that I've attended, religiously, since it is also
thank you.
To be very honest. So actually, ma'am, my question is, I am currently PhD scholar and a faculty also in Department of Management.
Wonderful.
My area is human resources, and I am writing my thesis on the topic of work-life balance and its impact on what should I say? I mean, satisfaction in the higher education faculties. So, ma'am, how can I inculcate or somewhere bring a bit of analytics into this portion, like in terms of paper writing also? What should I actually focus on? Because I'm a bit confused in here.
Again, Amrisha, I would suggest that, of course, you have a guide, right? So
yes,
I would suggest again for you and your guide to pick up one particular thing to start with. Because there is so much data available everywhere that you have to pick up one thing, take it ahead, and then see if you want to pivot. So, for example, work-life balance. There are ways to do research on work-life balance. There are numerous ways. Okay. So, work-life balance एक पूरा का पूरा context हो सकता है the family setting. ठीक है?
Right, ma'am.
एक पूरा का पूरा context हो सकता है work timings.
Okay.
Okay. One big context can be the stress at work. Okay. So I'm just looking up the name of one book which I want to tell everybody to read.
Yes,
give me 1 minute. I have that book at home, but I don't know where I've kept it. So, yeah, it is Invisible Women.
Okay? Invisible Women.
It looks like this. I don't know if you can read it. It's Invisible Women. Okay. Now, this is a book on data. It's just that it's a book that, in fact, if you're doing work-life balance, you should read this book because it talks about women. So this entire data is on women, and all the conclusions in this book are data-driven.
Okay, so I can get an idea of as in how to use analytics in this book also.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Medha ma'am, I think that was our last question. So participants, I hope you understand it has already been 20 minutes more than ma'am's time. So tomorrow again in the first session, 10:30 to 11:30, ma'am will be there. So you can again ask your questions.
Right.
Ma'am, I have one thing to know, like can we get the official details of Medha Dikshit ma'am, so that regarding the research and anything, if we want to know from Medha ma'am, we can email her and we can ask.
Yeah, it's Rucha has it. Rucha can share it. Not a problem, sir.
Ma'am, if you permit me, a last and a very, very quick question that I want to ask to Medha ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Kiran.
Yeah, ma'am, just I want to ask, how will you differentiate between data science and data analytics?
Ayo, this is a statistics question. Okay, so data science is going to be a big one. It's something on which entire organizations are made. So Microsoft has an entire wing on business intelligence and data science, of which data analytics is one part. The big data, all the companies moving in big data, AWS, Microsoft BI, all these are data science companies. Back home, Infocepts is a data science company. MicroStrategy is a data science company. Whereas, as of now, we're just dealing with one part of what they do. That is, they compute big data. We just analyze it. That's it. I hope.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Medha ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights and
Thanks,
sparing so
Rucha.
much of extra time for us.
Thanks.
Yeah, the
So-
next session participants will be on stress management. It is scheduled at 2:30 p.m. I would request all of you to join the session 10 minutes before the scheduled time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Medha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you
Rucha
so much,
madam.
ma'am. Thank you.
Rucha madam.
Yes,
Thanks a
sir.
lot.
Yes, sir.
See, first session I missed. So shall I get the recorded session for that?
Right. So we'll be sharing the recorded session at the end of the FDP. Okay.
Sir,
end of the
even you
FDP.
can access all the recordings from the Atal website also
It will
later
be,
on.
it will be uploaded after the FDP. After few period of time, it will not be
Yeah.
uploaded instantly.
Yeah, we'll be sharing the link with you.
Yes, sir. We'll be sharing it.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, will be getting the PPTs. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
We'll be
if,
sharing all the details. If the resource
They can
person
come here, but
shares
driver
the
is not going
PPT.
because I'll need driver today. Okay.
Yeah, Medha ma'am, you can mute yourself.
We've spoken about this.
Yeah, so all these things will be mailed on your registered email IDs, participants.
okay, fine, thank you.
So see you all for the next session. Thank you so much for joining in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Participants, you can leave the session and join again 10 minutes before 2:30. Good afternoon, participants. We'll be just waiting for 1 more minute. And then we will start with the session. I hope the screen is visible, everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon once again and welcome back to the last session of the day. This session is on stress management. I'm Dr. Rucha Lohi, Assistant Professor, Datta Meghe Institute of Management Studies. And in this module, we'll be discussing stress management. Now, stress is a feeling of emotional or physical tension. Now, this feeling can come because of any event, any thought which we are having in our mind, which will make us angry, frustrated, or nervous. Now, taking stress does not actually mean it will always lead to adverse effects. Sometimes a bit of stress is also good for us because a bit of stress would make you perform, will make you keep focused, it will energize you, and that will make and initiate action for you. However, if this stress exceeds and we are not able to cope with the stress, it will start causing damage. So it is important, it gets important to start managing the stress when it goes beyond our control. Now, how do we know that we are going under stress or we are under tremendous stress? There are various symptoms which we will get, like aches and pains, palpitation, exhaustion. We get exhausted very easily, dizziness or shaking, high blood pressure, muscle tension, jaw clenching, stomach or digestive problems, weak immune system, anxiety, irritability. We get irritated very easily. We get frustrated very easily. Now, all of these symptoms will keep on telling you that you are under stress. So these are the indications which will help us to understand that yes, this is the point when we are unable to cope up with the stress and we have to start using certain strategies to deal with the stress. Now, how does this stress impact our life? The most important factor is concentration in doing any kind of job we are doing. So if there is a lot of stress, if we are going under a lot of stress, we are unable to concentrate on what we are doing. We start overthinking about the piled up work, overthinking about activities, rather overthinking about relationship, conflicts, everything. It also leads to underperformance. Now, underperformance happens also because of lack of concentration. Overreacting. So many a times it happens that at work, we have a lot of pressure because of which we are under stress. We just walk home and if somebody talks to us, we might overreact. You don't understand, I had just come home from work. So just give me my time. So overreaction is one of the impact of excess stress. Participating in doing excessive activities, like we start indulging into using too much of phone, we start indulging into excessive shopping, just thinking that this is what helps us to relieve stress. Some people also lead to end up overeating, or they might end up eating chocolate saying that it helps in stress. Yes, it does, but that does not mean that excessive using of it will help us. After a point of time, dealing with stress, you have to have certain strategies, tools, and techniques, not just eating of sweets or eating of chocolates is going to help after a point of time. One more important impact is social withdrawal. When we are under tremendous stress, we just do not want to interact. We don't want to socially indulge with the people, and we try to socially withdraw ourselves so that we are at ease. We feel at peace just doing social withdrawal. Now, all of these things happen because of certain factors. These are the factors which cause stress in our life. The first, rising expectations. Now, this rising of expectations is not only expectations of others, but our own expectations from ourselves. Right? I'm sure that all of the participants, you must have faced that at a point of time in your life as well. We start expecting from ourselves. Does that happen with you all? Yes, participants?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it does happen with
That's
us.
true.
Absolutely. And that leads to stress. We start expecting from ourselves. So we want to do everything good at work. We want to do everything good at home. And that, if we are not able to strike the correct balance, these rising expectations from ourselves causes stress. Rising expectations from others, yes, even that causes stress. When we start thinking that at work, say for example, our boss expects a lot from us. So because we don't want to let down that person, we start stressing ourselves. This can be expectations of our family members, this can be expectations of our spouse, which make us go under this stressful situation. This can be stress of expectation of our children, right? So all these rising expectation leads to stress. The next is conflicts. Conflicts is one of the factor which will cause lot of stress. Again, it can be a work conflict, it can be a personal conflict. If there are conflicts going on in the office or at your workplace or at your family side, all these again will lead you to stress. Because when we enter even an argument, that will increase your blood pressure and palpitation, right? So when you are arguing with somebody, you are thinking what you want to answer rather than listening what the person is saying, right? This is very common. It is a basic human psychology. Rather than listening, we are more interested in answering the person to whom we are listening. And again, this will cause lot of stress. Next is work pressure. Now, today, this is not something which everyone has not ever faced in their lives. This is something each and every one of us have gone through in time and period. Now, piling up of work causes a lot of stress, because with work pressure comes because of the deadlines we have. So if we have been given work, we do not have a deadline, we do not have a certain kind of expectation from ourselves that we will be performing with these numbers or with these grades, there is no stress. Stress comes when there are expectations attached to the work. Stress comes when there are timeline attached to the work. So as soon as timeline comes, there is work pressure. It has also increased because of the basic fact of procrastination, right? So we keep on changing our timetable, changing our schedules, postponing the work we want to do. And again, this leads to stress. Multitasking. Now, doing too many activities together, again, will cause a lot of stress, because we will not be able to complete one thing properly, and we will be trying to do all the things together. So that will cause stress. So even today, attending the FTB, taking care of the classes, then doing another non-administrative work which you people are having, your portfolio work. So doing all of that together, of course, leads to stress. Comparisons. Again, the basic human tendency of comparing. We land up comparing ourselves in terms of our performance, in terms of our achievement, in terms of what we have with others. And this always causes stress, because we do tend to compare with the people who have more. So you will be comparing what you have with somebody who is having everything, and you think that I am not having this particular phone, I am not having this particular position, I am not having this particular award, right? So when we are comparing ourselves with others, we are putting ourselves into stressful situations. Thinking about the past event. Now, past event is something which has already happened and we do not have any control over it. So if today I'm sitting and thinking about the past, thinking that I should have said this, I should have given my suggestion, I should have done that. When I'm doing that, this situation, this thought is not productive because the event has already happened in past. Can we change it today, participants? Is it possible to go back and change what we have done in past? Is it possible?
No way, ma'am.
Of course not. So if we are sitting on a conference table, we are brainstorming, you have come up with a very good idea, but you do not share the idea, thinking this idea is not that good. Same idea is opted by somebody else, appreciated, acknowledged, and we end up thinking, I should have suggested what came into my mind. Does that happen with you all? Does that ever happen with you all? Something you have not said?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? And we regret that. Regretting is okay. But for a long period of time, thinking about the same situation and then thinking, I should have said this, I should have not said that, and trying to mend that situation or that event again in our mind, that is not going to be productive. Again, it is a thought that would lead to a lot of stress. Forecasting on future troubles. Again, so past and future is something which is uncontrollable. It is not in our hands. The only thing we can change is the present. So if you're thinking about future troubles or future uncertainties which might come, and today you are stressing about it, is not going to help. So tomorrow, if you're thinking that, yes, there is cost cutting going on in the organization, I might lose my job. So you're thinking about something which has not happened, which might not even happen, but today you're thinking that and you're stressing yourself. So thinking about future uncontingencies or uncertainties today at present will always lead you stressing yourself. Similarly, thinking about past, which has already happened, something you cannot control, something you cannot change, again will lead you into the situation where you're stressing yourself. Now, when we talk about stress, the most important factor is perception, is how do you see that situation? How do you see at that particular event? So if we have two people here, if everyone can see the slide, right? Participants, you can see the slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? There are two people here in the first image on the left. There are two people here. One is saying there are 3 bars. One is saying there are 4. Which one of them is incorrect? Yes, which one of them is incorrect? Neither of them. Why?
Ma'am, because from one side it looks there are 4 bars, whereas the other person can only see 3.
Absolutely right. Similarly, in the second situation, if you can see, again, there are 2 people. One is saying it is a 6, another is saying is 9. Who is incorrect and why?
Both of them are correct in the situation. They are looking from their perspective.
Absolutely right. The problem here is when they are arguing about something, they are just looking at the thing from their perception. They have not tried to change the angle of those things and see it from somebody else's perception, and thus it leads to stress. So whenever there is any event, whenever there is any situation, it is important that we see it from all the sides. It is important that we should see it either as an opportunity or we can see it either as a challenge. Rather than stressing about it, rather than thinking, why have I landed into this situation? Because now you are already there. The only thing is that you relate it with an opportunity or an challenge and move with it. So we cannot just sit and cry about the pandemic and why COVID happened, why it came to India, or why it came to our state or our city. The only thing is that we can protect ourselves. We can follow the norms of COVID. We can get ourselves vaccinated, right? So just sitting and cribbing about something which cannot be changed will not help. It is important that we change our perception. We have all of us have heard about the example of half glass filled and half glass empty. So it is important that we look at everything being half glass full. Now, how we are going to deal with this stress. So either it can be work stress or it can also be our stress in our personal lives. Now, when we are dealing with the work stress, it is important to create a balanced schedule. Now, when we are creating this schedule, first thing is we should be able to create a matrix. You can see the matrix in the image on the slide. I hope all of you can see that. Yes, participants?
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yes,
now here in this matrix, you're supposed to classify all the tasks on your list as urgent, important, urgent but not important, not urgent but important, not urgent, not important, right? So whatever to-do list you have, whatever list of tasks you have to divide that into these four. Something that is also urgent and also important, right? So you have a work-related deadline. It is also urgent. It is also important, right? So there is a time frame given in that particular task. So therefore it becomes urgent and also important because it is related to work. Apart from that, there is not urgent but important. So work-related task, but the timeline is maybe 15th of September. So is it urgent? 15th of September, you're supposed to submit the report. Is it urgent?
Not really.
Not really, because you have ample of time to complete it or to deal with it, right? So it is something that is important, but not urgent. Coming to the next, that is, it is urgent, but not important. So some task that is urgent, you need to do that. So aapka recharge khatam ho gaya. Let's say D2H recharge is over. So it is urgent, but not important, right? You can do it day after tomorrow, weekend, no problem. It is urgent because khatam ho gaya, but it is not important, right? Coming to the next category, not urgent, not important, right? So you want to wish somebody on wedding anniversary. Not urgent, not important, right? So according to your to-do list, according to your schedule, you are supposed to identify all the activities and then divide it into these four parameters, right? And then you are supposed to understand what is your priority, what you will have to do now, what you can deal with later. So that will help you to sort out your pile of work, right? So you will be able to properly organize, arrange, and segregate all the pile you're having of work pending. Next is to tackle procrastination. Now, one of the biggest problem everybody deals with is procrastination, right? We tend to delay and postpone our work. So everything we start mapping in our mind as not urgent and we start procrastinating things, right? So we delay it, we postpone it, and eventually we land up piling up of work. How does piling up happen? It basically happens because of the fact that we tend to procrastinate. We tend to postpone things. Now, this is something we have to rigorously work on, right? So whenever we have time, even though you have mapped something as not urgent, but if it is important, if you have a time slot, do it, right? So that will make your schedule clear so that if any other work comes your way, you will be ready and happy to accept it. If you keep on procrastinating, the pile of the work increases, and as the pile increases, the amount of stress, the level of stress increases. Next is learn to say no. Very, very important that we cannot always be saying yes to everyone. Saying no is difficult. Yes, participants, is it difficult to say no? Can we easily say no to everyone?
Not really.
No, ma'am.
Not really. Now, this no does not mean that you are saying no to your boss for tasks assigned. No. This is about, helping somebody. Helping someone is very good. We must help everybody as far as possible. But not when you do not have time in your own schedule. Not when you have your own work pending. It is important to express that this is not the right time to help them. You can tell them according to your schedule what is the slot, what time you can make for them and how you can help them, right? But it is important to say no. Every time saying yes will again put you into a stressful situation, because now you're not only responsible for your work, but you're also responsible to somebody whom you have said yes to help them in your work. Next is don't try to control the uncontrollable. As we have already talked about the past and present situations. Now, past and present is uncontrollable. So the more you try to control these things, more stress you will land up, right? If you are trying to change somebody, again, it is going to be a stressful situation. If you're trying to change reactions of somebody, again, you will be disappointing yourself and leading into a stressful situation. You cannot control reactions of people. Yes, you can control your own reactions, you can control your own actions, but you cannot control your own reactions. So it is important that you should not try to control something that is beyond your control. If you try to do that, again, you will be into stressful situation, because you will land up just trying to figure out what the other person is going to react when you say something or when you do something. So avoid trying to control the uncontrollable. Best way to stay out of stress is to motivate yourself. Motivating yourself will always keep you active, enthusiastic to do what is on your plate. And therefore, we'll be studying some psychological tricks which will help to motivate ourselves. The first trick is the Ulysses Pact. Now, in this pact, we are supposed to have a partner who will be helping us. So this can be your friend, your colleague, your spouse, anybody, but here you have to have an accountable partner. Okay, this here we are going to decide on our own targets, right? And when we are going to set target for ourselves, when we are starting with an action. Say, for example, your target, you are a marketing person and your target is to sell 30 products by the end of the month, right? So you have given yourself a target to sell one product daily. When you set this target for yourself, you will find out an accountable partner. And you will promise that if I do not do the task or the target of the day, at the end of the day, I will be paying you 500 rupees. Now, what you have done is you have made an accountable partner and you have made yourself accountable to that person and you're supposed to pay 500 rupees, right? So every time you are unable to perform your work, you will remember that if I don't do it, I will have to pay for it, and that will keep you motivated. Participants, have I made myself clear how this pact works?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Right?
ma'am.
So here the key ingredient is going to be that we are committing to something when it seems easy. So if I give you a basic example, we want to lose weight and we decide to start cycling. So initially, whenever we commit to something like this, we are very motivated. You will get a new cycle, you might get cycling shoes, you might get a new attire which you will be wearing for cycling, and then you start. Does that happen with you all? It can be regarding gym or any other class you have started for yourself. Initially, you are very excited and enthusiastic. Does that happen, participants?
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes.
And then what happens over a period of time? Does that enthusiasm be, is like that the same?
It decreases.
After maybe 15
It comes
days,
down.
month or 15. Yeah, it does come down. It does come down. And after a point of time, we are not that enthusiastic. So in this Ulysses Pact, what will happen is, even after 45 days, even after 60 days or 90 days, that account you have committed to. So initially, when you, I hope I'm audible. There is some connectivity issue.
Yes, ma'am,
Participants, am I
audible.
audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So initially, when we start the activity, when we are enthusiastic, that is the point when we are supposed to make that pact. After 45 days, if somebody tell you to do that, you will not do it, because already you have lost all the enthusiasm you had initially started the activity with. Thus, this pact is to be made in the beginning of the activity, when you are very much enthusiastic and willing to do the same. Moving to the next, that is the chunking technique. Now, chunking technique was basically for memorization, right? This technique is used to remember long numbers. If somebody gives you a mobile number of 10 digits to remember, how do you remember it? Do you remember it at a stretch? How do you remember it, participants?
We split it into 3 parts, like 3 numbers, and then 4 numbers.
3 numbers and a 1, right? So any pattern, everybody does that. Yes, participants, when we are trying to remember 10 digits at stretch, we chunk them. Yes or no? Yes. Everybody? We chunk the numbers. So if I want to remember a mobile number, I might chunk it into different parts, maybe set of 2, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 2, 2, right? So depending upon that, we will chunk it. The reason we are chunking is what? Why are we doing this? Why do we chunk the number?
It is easy to remember the shorter numbers.
Yes.
Easy to
5
remember.
small parts. Correct. It is easier to remember. So I might remember the 979, right? So I have chunked it into different parts, and then I have remembered it. It has made easier to remember the number. This technique can also be used for motivating our chunking technique. Is we are going to chunk our work, right? So when we divide our work into small chunks, we realize that the work is not that much as we were thinking. By the end of the month, if I'm supposed to sell 90 units of product, so rather than thinking it is 90 units of product in a month, I would do 3 products daily. So that will make my chunk target easier, achievable, realistic, and smart, right? So once I have chunked my target, I feel motivated first, because it becomes a smaller target. And second, that will motivate me also, because once I achieve it for 2-3 days, or say, for example, 5 days, I'm motivated enough to perform the same on 6th day, 7th day, 10th day, 15th day, 25th day, and the 30th day, right? So this is how, when we have a pile of work, or when we have a huge target, if we chunk that target, if we schedule, will help you to have a smaller target daily. And it will, now, once you have achieved the smaller targets step by step, you see that the overall performance will be done. So this will help you to reduce your stress. The next technique is artificial positive reinforcement. Now, all of us use the bribing technique. You must have used a bribing technique on your children. Yes? Can anybody give me an example of bribing technique used on children?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Shall I?
What? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, ma'am, many a times I tell my son that if you do your work on time, I'll allow you to watch this mobile or maybe in a TV later in the evening. So this is how I encourage him to do what I am saying.
Correct, correct. Anybody else? Anybody else can give me an example of bribing technique used? Yes, participants. Any type of bribing technique used on your children, on your friends?
Yes, ma'am. Generally, even I use this technique for my son. Like I ask him to do the homework in time, and if you do it, then I will give you with a chocolate. So
yeah, I think somebody has muted themselves. There is a lot of noise in the background. I cannot hear.
You can unmute all the participants.
Yeah, just a second, I'll check.
Yes, you can unmute.
Yes, friends are.
Madam, you can remove directly then.
Yeah, sir, thank you. I just got hold of him. Yes, is this slide visible now?
Not yet, ma'am. Not yet.
Okay, just a second, let me check. Is it visible now?
no, ma'am.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Rucha, you stop sharing and then again start sharing.
Yes, yes, thank you, ma'am. I'll do that.
Yeah.
It's visible.
It is
Yes,
visible
now
now?
it is visible.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for the technical issue. Yes, the next, ma'am, somebody was giving an example of bribing their child. Ma'am, if you can just continue. I'm so sorry, I couldn't hear you.
No, ma'am, I said that
Yes.
even I use this bribing technique with my son. Like I used to ask him to do his homework on time, and if you will do that, then I will give you with a chocolate. So definitely it works.
Definitely it works. You know, all of us have been doing that for a long period of time. Even my parents did that for me, and even I am doing that for, you know, my nephews, my niece. So what happens here is that we tend them to give a positive reinforcement if they complete something that has been instructed. The same thing we are going to use on ourselves, right? This technique is known as the positive reinforcement technique, wherein we give target to ourselves, and if we achieve that target, we bribe ourselves. So all of you must have heard about dieting. All of you know what dieting is? So you are properly following a dieting schedule, and you are eating according to what has been prescribed by the dietitian. Yes or no? I hope all of you know that.
Yes, ma'am.
Keto diet, intermittent fasting. So there are n number of diets that are there, and people do follow that. Now, when people follow these kinds of things, what do? Monday to Saturday, they will be following the diet, and Sunday becomes the cheat day. Yes? So that Sunday, which is the cheat day, is nothing but the positive reinforcement, right? So it is a bribe to ourselves that because we have followed the diet from Monday till Saturday, now Sunday we can have a cheat meal. Same thing we are going to do for ourselves, for our work or our target which we have given to us. Every time you achieve the target, every time you have done what you have committed to yourself, you will give a positive reinforcement. Okay, so it can be in the form of binging on Netflix, binging on Amazon, or spending time with friends and family, or just going out for a good meal, right? So any kind of positive reinforcement is very, very important to motivate yourself, right? When you do that, that will keep you motivated to complete your targets, to complete the work you are having on your plate, and thus that will reduce your stress levels. The next technique is visualization. Now, visualization is here we are going to achieve the target and then visualize that we have done it, and now where do we stand, what appreciation we are getting, or how we are looking. So even here I have given an example of reducing weight. So if doctor has prescribed you are supposed to lose weight to be healthier, or you will not face these health issues if you lose weight. So as soon as doctor tells you to lose weight in situation 1, you're thinking, now I will have to eat everything that is healthy, less oil, less tasty. That is your first picture of what is going to happen in future. Second is, in the second scenario, you're thinking, after losing weight, I will have good health, good physique, I will look good, I will be healthier, and I'll be able to wear what all I want to wear, and overall my personality will look better. So which scenario will be motivating you to do that? Yes, which scenario, the first visualization or the second one? When you are supposed to give up what all you like to eat.
Second one, ma'am.
Second one. Why second one, ma'am?
Because it looks good.
Because it looks good, right? It is giving you the expected output. So visualization technique will tell you to visualize the future in a positive way. So rather than thinking that doctor have told you to reduce weight, rather than thinking of the side where you are supposed to give up on what all you like to eat, so giving up on pizzas, sizzlers, or pasta, you should better think about things like you will look good when you lose weight, you will be able to wear all of those things you want to wear, or overall your personality will look nice. So when you visualize positive, when you visualize what the effort is going to pay you positively, that will motivate you, and that will help you to reduce the stress and do what you are supposed to do, right? Give your 100%, put full of your efforts. So positive visualization helps to motivate you and perform better. The next technique is a gentle self-talk, right? So even though we know, we don't know, all of us do this gentle self-talk. Even now, some people might be having a gentle self-talk. Why this stress management module in HR Analytics FDP? Yes or no? Participants, do you have this gentle self-talk with yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Right?
I
Have, yeah, you had that. Okay, so to clarify that, according to the norms of AICTE, in the FDP, we are supposed to have one stress management module. So I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, certainly, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, so, these kinds of things every time happen with us. This can happen while we are sitting in a meeting and we are thinking something, I should have taken leave today. I was supposed to take leave. And now I have to attend this meeting. This kind of things go on in our mind. Now, this gentle talk is not something we should ignore. Gentle self-talk is something that can be used to motivate yourself, because many a times we do not see the positive side. So this gentle self-talk, this somebody within us can help you to see that positive side even in a very stressful situation, right? So gentle self-talk first has to be positive. That will be motivating you. So in a scenario where you are landing up with a lot of work, even on the personal side or on the work side, this gentle talk will keep you motivated, saying that you are blessed to have a family. People do not have family, right? You are blessed to have job. Today, many people in COVID have lost their jobs. They are not getting their salaries. So these kinds of things that you can tell yourself, and nobody else is going to tell you, or even if they tell you, that is not going to be that effective. So it is important that you use this gentle self-talk technique. This technique will give you a positive side, or will show you the brighter side, right? This gentle self-talk has to be positive. which is the must. If you start practicing a negative self-talk, it can take you from bad situation to the worst, right? So gentle self-talk has to be positive, and that will motivate you even in the most stressful situation. Next is the Seinfeld strategy. Now, this strategy is very well known, very well used, though people do not know the terminology. I hope most of the participants must have seen the movie Qayamat Se Qayamat Tak. Have you seen Amir Khan and Juhi Chawla?
Yes, ma'am.
I hope most of you. So if you remember, Juhi Chawla is sitting near the calendar and doing crosses on the dates when waiting for Amir Khan. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What is she doing exactly? What is happening there? Why is she doing that?
She's
Yes,
counting on the number of days left to be together.
Counting on the number of days gone to wait, right?
Yeah.
She's counting on those number of days which are already over, and then she can have a map of those days which are just left to wait. Now, this strategy motivates you, showing what has been already performed, showing the performance which is already done. So if I take an example, we decide to go for a jog, right? We do jogging every day. Now, when you start jogging, the first day you put a cross. If we have started doing this running practice or jogging practice from 1st of July. So 1st of July, you whatever color you have, basically it is done with red. So you just do a red mark on 1st. Similarly, 2nd, you go for a jog. 2nd day, again a cross. 3rd day, 4th July, 5th July, 6th July. Similarly, you keep on doing that. Now, what happens is this calendar will show you that you have consistency in performance. So if tomorrow you're planning not to go, you will feel that this will break my series of crosses, and therefore you will go for that run or jog. Even if you miss it, what you're supposed to do is the day you have missed it, you cannot cross, you will write down the reason. That means you will answer the chart why that day you did not go for jogging or running. So again, this technique is used to motivate yourself, and it helps you to see your progress. So number of crosses you see on the calendar, you get to understand these are all these days when I have performed, and I can keep on doing that. So yeah, if I have consistently gone for a jog or a run for 35 days, I can also go for more or next 15 days, 45 days or a month. Is that clear, everyone? Is that clear, participants?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So this is a very simple technique. We do not need any tools to use or to do this technique. You just need a calendar and a pen. So as I said, not necessarily red. You can use any pen and you can start mapping your work, right? So this can be in relation to any activity you have started doing. This can be in relation to any of the work targets you have given yourself. Again, in a stressful situation, to move on and motivate yourself. The next technique is social support. Nowadays, social support is something we have stopped looking for. We have stopped looking for our colleagues, our friends, our relatives to help us or to extend ourselves to ask for help, which is very wrong. Social support is something that keeps you going. So whenever you face a problem, you never know which one of your friend, which one of your colleague, which one of your family member can give you a very simple solution which you have not thought for, right? Many a times it happens that we do not expect somebody to give a solution, but that person comes up with a very good solution or very good idea. Does that happen with you all? Has this happened that you have underestimated somebody, but that person has performed really well? Has that happened ever? Right?
Yes.
So social support, when we go for social support, please do not underestimate anyone, right? Whenever you think you are into a situation which is very stressful, you are unable to find out a solution or an answer for it, go and ask for help. If not help, share your problem with your loved ones. These can be your colleagues, your friends, your family members. Do ask for help, do share your problems. Today, there is a lot of fuss about depression, mental health. You need to pay to the counselor and then make that counselor listen to you. But sometimes we forget that there are family members who want to listen to our problems, who are there, who are openly ready to talk to you, who want to talk to you, but we are not sharing with them, right? So don't wait for the time when you are supposed to pay to somebody to listen to your problem. Your people are just around you. Share your problems with them, share your situations with them, and I'm sure they will give you good solution. If not solution, the moral support, they will imbibe you with the power where you can find out the solutions on your own. The next is, when we are dealing with the stress, some of the things which have been talked about a lot, some of the things which are said by everyone, but we do not do it thinking that it might not help. So when we are dealing with stress, first we can start practicing certain relaxing activities. Now, relaxing activities like you can start exercising, you can start doing yoga or meditation, right? All of you must have heard about mindfulness. Have you heard about mindfulness? Right? So there is an app of mindfulness as well, which you can use to meditate. So these are guided meditations. Apart from that, art of living is very popular. Sri Ravi Shankar. Have anybody heard about the art of living?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Right?
ma'am.
So you can
Yes,
also
ma'am.
practice those guided meditations by Sri Ravi Shankar, which are there freely available on YouTube. So not only these, there are n number of guided meditations which are available and which you can use, and that will actually give you peace of mind. By meditation, I do not mean that you're sitting for an hour or 45 minutes, or you're sitting for 2 hours, 4 hours and meditating. Not required. There are small meditations of 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, according to whatever time you have, you can take and just go for the guided meditation. You're not supposed to concentrate, just listen to the instructions. All of these kept aside, there are also many free applications available which you can use and try to relax yourself. So there is Breathe to Relax app, there is Pocket Yoga, Happify, the mindfulness app. So all of these applications are freely. There is one more, Simple Habit, right? So there are small meditations of 5 minutes, and that is something that will also pop up a reminder for every day 5 minutes to spare. Now, sparing 5 minutes every day, is that going to be difficult, everyone? Is that difficult?
No, ma'am.
No, and to start with the very much practical, very much feasible. And to start with this kind of habit, do you have to wait till you feel stress, or you can start just like that? Do you have to wait till you feel the stress?
Not really.
Not really. Yes, sir.
We can start any day.
Yeah, we can start every day. So let's make that any day today. So this 5 minutes we can spare for ourselves using an application, just listening. We are not supposed to do anything, just spare 5 minutes and listen to the guided meditation. And I'm sure all of you will get to realize how good it feels. That is not going to change your life in 5 minutes for sure, but that will make you feel better. That will give you your own time to breathe. Next is eating right, exercise, and getting enough sleep. So today, enough sleep has become rare because, as I said, we have work pressure, we have targets, all of these kept aside. We have Netflix, Amazon, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram. So a lot of work to do in very small amount of time. But still, we should have a schedule. Whenever we have a schedule, makes our life manageable and easier to live, right? So we should know 8 hours are for sleep. So if it is 11, if I have decided at 11, whatever good FB live there is going to be, or whatever Insta page I want to check, I'm going to check it the next day for my Insta hours, Facebook hours, or my social networking hours. So eating right, having good sleep is very, very important. exercise is the basic foundation for everything. Today we are having a lot of sitting jobs. Sitting for longer hours are leading to lot many health issues. So pain, spondylosis, aches, all of these have become part and parcel of our job. So let's find out half an hour, 15 minutes to exercise for ourselves, and that will help you release the stress. There are again many videos available on YouTube where you will get to see some stress relieving exercises. So whoever is having pains, aches, jaw clenching, muscle clenching can get help from there. Next is staying positive and practicing gratitude. Can anybody tell me what is practicing gratitude, or what do you mean by gratitude?
Ma'am, being thankful for whatever we have.
Right, being thankful for whatever we have. Now, if we talk about the 24 hours we use every day, we do not even find any time to thank. Now, I'm not saying you're supposed to be grateful or thankful to God. It can be any supernatural power, anything, any point of faith you have to anybody. So it is important to express gratitude for what we have. We whenever have issues in our life, we whenever have problems in our life, we find time to curse people. Right now, curse people or curse the supernatural power we believe in. Why have you selected me for this problem? Why not somebody else? Why is this happening with me? Why my job is so bad? So when we are doing this, I'm sure we can find out time also to be grateful to God for something we have in life. We can be grateful to God for having, good family life. We can be grateful for having gadgets in our life. So we have laptops, we have phones, we have house, we have car. There are so many things we have which people do not even dream of, which many people do not have, neither can afford to have. So it is important to express gratitude. So there has been many theories about practicing a gratitude journal or using or making a gratitude journal. But if not a journal, I would just say when you go to sleep on the bed, rather than wasting your last 5 minutes of the day on checking the WhatsApp notification or Insta notification, we just sleep, relax, close our eyes, and just thank God for what you have. So it can be in any form, tangible, intangible, something which is materialistic, which is not materialistic. Just thank God or any supernatural power you believe in that you have it. When we are doing this, we are shifting our stress hormones to expressing gratitude. And whenever you are expressing gratitude, you cannot feel angry. You cannot feel sad. You cannot feel any bad feeling at that point of time when you are expressing gratitude. If you think it is not right, you just try this experiment. Just sit and start thanking for whatever you have. As I said, you have to thank anybody whom you believe into, whatever supernatural power you believe into. Just sit and thank. Now, when you are expressing gratitude, you cannot feel angry. You cannot feel pissed off. You cannot feel annoyed. You cannot feel sad, right? So expressing gratitude is removing your focus from all the negatives, from all the negative feelings to the positive way. Again, staying positive, very overrated phenomena. So everybody, every third person, every second person will be giving you an advice, stay positive, think positive, but you have to practice it. Unless and until you practice it, even for that matter, you must have advised many people to be positive. Are there any participants who have advised other people to be positive?
Many times, ma'am.
Many times, yeah. So we do tell people to be positive, but when it comes our turn, many a times we are not. For that, I'll tell you, there is a bestseller book, The Secret. I know many of you must have read it, heard about it. There is a video adaptation of this book. It is freely available on YouTube. It is called The Secret by Rhonda Byrne. Now you can see the video adaptation of this book. This book talks about the law of attraction. Now, law of attraction says that when we think positive, we attract positive. When you think negative, you attract the negative, right? A very good book. The video adaptation is freely available with the testimonials of people who have used this phenomenon and who have seen the fruits of these phenomena. So I would request all of you to just find some time and see the video adaptation. It is there, the full movie is of 1.5 hours, but there is a small clip of 6 minutes also available. So you can just see it, and if you think it is worth enough, then you can see the full movie. Next is stress bursting activities. Now, all of us have some interests which also help us in stress bursting. So if you like listening to music, if you like dancing, if you like singing, find some time in day and do the activity you really love doing. Because when we involve ourselves in these activities, we just burst the stress or the stress bubble in which we are, right? So any interest you have, it can be playing a musical instrument, it can be reading something, it can be even talking to your friends. If you think that is something that will help you burst the stress, just do not be reluctant to pick up your phone, right? So involve yourself in something that will divert your mind. When you divert your mind, you will burst the stress. With this, we have come to an end of the stress management module. If anybody have any questions, the forum is open. Anybody having any questions, anything you want to share, anything you want to say?
Ma'am, could I come in?
Sorry, sir.
Ma'am, I just wanted to ask you one question. That is,
right, sir.
Stress can be positive as well as negative, isn't it?
Absolutely.
What do you feel about? Can you explain to us how it can be positive and negative?
Yeah, stress can be positive. As I initially said in the beginning of the presentation, certain amount of stress, yes, it is positive because it initiates the action. If you're feeling stressful about something, what we will not try to procrastinate it. We will think, let's do it, right? So it initiates the action. It makes us to focus on something. But if this stress is prolonged, if it continues for a long period of time, then this is not going to bring any positive effects. Rather, it would lead to adverse effects on our health and on our performance.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, yes, welcome, sir. Anybody else who wants to say something?
Hello.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Ruja.
Right, sir. Please.
See, I've been normally the session was absolutely fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
I don't have question, but I have some a little submission. Like normally we get stuck in positive stress, negative stress. You know, sometimes we confuse to decide what is positive, what is negative. Isn't it right that something which is positive for me may stand negative for somebody else? So how to draw a line that this is positive, and if it is a stress, and even though it is a positive, and if it is a stress, how it is going to change? I mean, this is a confusion. This is something mess. Would you like to throw some light on this?
Yes, yes, absolutely, sir. I'll tell you, unless and until it, first of all, it is subjective. Like you said, it can be positive for you. The same amount of stress can be negative for me, right? But how to draw the line between the positive and negative is that unless and until it starts affecting you in any other way. As I said, there are n number of symptoms. If you go home from work and if you're agitated, irritated, even if people are talking to you or asking you how was the day, that means there is something you have to indulge and inquire. Your stress is going beyond control. Apart from that, if it starts showing any symptoms on your physical health, right? Again, that is an alarming sign that stress is going beyond control. It is subjective, right? For everybody, the same amount of stress is not going to be harmful. But for you to understand when it has started becoming harmful, yes, when it is causing negative effects on you, when you can see the symptoms of stress, you have shaking legs, you have overthinking, lack of concentration, palpitation, higher blood pressure. You know, these are small signals which eventually lead into something adverse, right? So when you start getting these kinds of symptoms, you know, irritation, agitation, so all of these things will tell you that yes, now you have crossed the line. The positive has now become negative and you have to inquire of what is going on. I hope I have answered your question, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Loy. Thank you.
Yes. Anybody else?
I think a student will learn only if there is exam. So in that context, examination is a kind of stress, which is having a positive aspect. Am I right, ma'am?
Yeah, absolutely right, ma'am. The only thing is now for us, it is not our exam, but these are our deadlines.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Fine.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Khushbu this side. It was a nice session, ma'am. Got to learn a lot of new things.
Thank you so
Just a
much,
few
ma'am.
submissions I wanted to make that I
Yes.
wanted to say from my side. Number one, when we talk of visualization, as you quoted, I guess it is a concept given by Rhonda Byrne in the book.
Correct.
So manifestation is one thing that is most important that comes along with visualization. So you visualize and you manifest it in your actions, and then that is how you go about getting the things.
Absolutely right, ma'am. You know, manifestation is something. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please continue.
And one thing, ma'am, that I read way back, or not way back, few months back in Harvard Business Review, the famous journal that talks about all the social sciences concepts. So that was the article that attracted my attention. It said when being grateful becomes a negative habit.
It becomes a negative habit.
Correct. So I went about reading the article, and it said ki certain people they went by an example that there were two girls who were not getting a house for rent around their college. Okay. So upon asking many people, many landlords, finally they concluded one house which was beautiful and which was in their range, which was at a good rent. So being grateful, the girls were very happy to get it, and they expressed their gratitude to the landlord. And they said that, we were not getting a house. Now we are so much thankful to you that you presented this beautiful house to us at such rates. Immediately their rates went high.
Yes. Ma'am, I understood when you're talking expressing gratitude. I'm not saying expressing gratitude for something you might lose on, right? I'm saying what you have quoted as an example is a very good example. It does happen with all of us many a times. We start expressing gratitude and people start taking us for granted. Therefore,
Correct.
I said you're supposed to maintain either a gratitude journal or express this gratitude to a supernatural power you have, not to somebody, right? So you're thanking for something you have and you know you're blessed to have it, because others might not have it or might not afford to have it. Okay? Now, I think you had two questions, but I have answered one of yours and one not. If you can repeat what was your question, the earlier one.
The manifestation one.
Yes.
Through acts, you need to justify the means that you are going to get the place, right?
Correct. So for that, I just wanted to say, ma'am, manifestation is a very complicated process. If you have seen the video adaptation, it is not that easy, right?
Yes.
So that is something you will have to practice over a period of time, and then it will get manifested, right?
Correct. Ask, believe, receive is the key.
Right. Ask, believe, and receive. I'm so glad you have seen this, and I'm sure it has done value addition to you.
I'm into reading all these books that you mentioned.
Oh, lovely. Very nice. So, ma'am, for that, it is a process. And for somebody to start the practice, visualization is a good way, right? So visualization for a long period of time, and then understanding what the principle of manifestation is, people then can move towards manifestation. As it is also shown in Secret, you have to start with small little steps, and these steps will build your faith in this concept. Unless and until you do not have faith, you cannot do visualization and you cannot manifest, right? So with this small visualization practice, people can move towards manifestation. Is that right, ma'am?
Right, ma'am. And it said that even if you have to visualize, very deliberately and very desperately.
Very desperately and deliberately, correct.
Do it.
Yeah, ma'am, if you remember, there is also a goal board, right? So when people will start practicing it, when they will see the movie, then they will be able to relate, because you have already gone far in the journey of positive thinking. It is very basic for you, but for others who are starting, visualization is a good
No, ma'am, everything is yes. I still feel
I just hope you work on the goal board, and that really works. It has worked for me. That would definitely work for you.
Okay, writing my wishes and just believing in them secretly works for me a lot. I just write my fear.
And the pictures, ma'am. Do try the pictures and the visualization board.
Right. Thank you so much,
Right.
ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. With this, we have come to the end of the day.
Ma'am, I have one last thing to ask.
Yeah, so please.
Yeah, ma'am, I just want to know your opinion on that. Is like specifically in the academic field, I have seen like there are a lot of artificial stress which is being created unnecessarily just to make the faculty, like pressurized so that they can work. So, how to deal with such kind of stressful environment?
Okay. So first of all, because you yourself has identified it correctly, these are artificial stress creators. The most important thing is we have to understand what are our priorities in life. Okay. So I am working for for earning bread and butter for my family. Okay. So
Right.
what is my priority is my family. My priority is not my work. I am working because I want to earn to be happy and to make myself and my family independent, right? So
Right.
sir, when we just fall prey to these artificial standards or artificial stress that is being created, the most important thing is that we are prioritizing our work, we are changing our priorities, and we are giving too much importance to these targets. So it is important to understand what our priorities are. I
Okay.
hope I'm making sense,
Yes,
Prashant
yes.
sir, right?
Yes,
So it
ma'am.
is
Yes.
important that we diverge ourselves to our own priorities. So artificial stress that is being created, again, we have the techniques of motivating ourselves to work. And once we motivate ourselves, when we chunk our work or when we visualize, we will be able to segregate our work properly, organize our work properly. And even though these are artificial stress creating targets, they will be sorted. So they are not going to impact you in long term.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, everyone. With this session, we have come to an end of day 1 of the FDP. We will resume tomorrow 10:30 a.m. And I would request all the participants to log in 10 minutes before the scheduled time. Thank you so much, everyone. The attendance form link will be shared in the WhatsApp group. Thank you, everyone. You can leave the meeting now.
Thank you.
Dr. Rucha, I have a query not related to the session. For the upcoming sessions, are there specific softwares which we need to have? Can you guide regarding those? Or maybe tomorrow, like if you may mail to all of us, it would be helpful to have
I'll do that.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Correct. I'll be also sharing the presentations. Medha Dikshit ma'am have already shared with me. So whatever we get from the resource person will be mailed to you on your registered email IDs.
Rucha ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, a small request from our side.
Right, sir.
When we start the session, you tell all the participants, kindly mute both audio and video. Today,
Correct.
there were a lot of disturbance when that
I
ma'am was,
understand, sir.
it will be embarrassing for both of us, She's coming
sir.
all the way and then people are not respecting.
Yeah. So today, we had a lot of technical hints, but it was the first day. From tomorrow onwards, we have our technical head working over it, so you will not face any such issues. Thank
Okay,
you
ma'am.
so
Thank
much
you,
for
ma'am.
your inputs. Thank you, sir.
Rucha ma'am, there is one
Yes.
request from my
Yes,
end.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you can please send a recorded session today itself, because something we have missed. So in the night we can generally go through all the recorded session, because even we have to give the exams at the end.
Yeah, sir. I understand your concern. I will look into it. I will have a word with our technical head, and I will do it as soon as possible.
Yeah, at the end of the day, if you will get the recorded session, that it will be really helpful for us.
Yes, sir. Yes, I understand. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Bye-bye. Good day.
Thank you.